And a very pleasant good afternoon, baseball fans, and welcome to another edition of Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. Today, the Klamath Falls Falcons on the road for an area doubleheader at South Medford High School as they take on the Colts. Glad to be with you live from Medford, Oregon. My name is Josh Eldridge on the campus of South Medford High School. The Falcons are winners of their last 4 consecutive ball games. The Colts are losers of their last 3 consecutive ball games. Falcons hoping to continue their winning streak into their trip to Alaska. The Colts looking to right their ship. They enter 3-3 today. The Falcons 8-2 overall, 5-1 in area play. We'll tell you how all that lines up in the Area 4 standings. We'll also introduce you to the starting lineups and get ready for first pitch right around the corner on 104.3 and 960 Sports with live free video today on mybasin.com. Keep it here.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Close to first pitch here in Medford, Oregon, as the Klamath Falls Falcons get ready to take on the South Medford Colts. And as the Colts take the field, let's introduce you to the starting lineups for both teams. And we'll begin with the visitors today, the Klamath Falls Falcons, who lead off with the third baseman, Max Price. Connor Shively bats second at shortstop. Jacoby Tacchini, the catcher, bats third. Colin Tacchini, the second baseman, hits fourth, followed by P.J. Safford, the pitcher, hitting fifth. Carson Pimley is in right field, batting sixth. Corbin Hamilton bats seventh at first base. Carson Sims, the center fielder, bats eighth, followed by Ryan Douglas in left field, batting ninth. They'll be going up against Montgomery Pepper on the mound for South Medford, and he has a lineup like this behind him. Leading off is the center fielder, Randy Patrick. Liam Edgar, the shortstop, bats second. Cole Johans, the second baseman, hits third, followed by Carter Shack, the catcher, hitting cleanup. After that, you've got Bridger Gillespie, Oliver Ackley, Max Ely, Gray Peak, and Luke Nash out there for South Medford. We'll introduce you to him a little bit more as we move through on the day. First pitch into the leadoff hitter, Price, is a ground ball towards short, and they got him 6-3 on the first pitch of the ball game. And we are underway from South Medford High School. It is overcast, cloudy, rain in the forecast. Happy summer. It's 58 degrees here in the Rogue Valley. This will bring up Connor Shively for the Klamath Falls Falcons. The left-handed bat for Klamath Falls has got a hitting streak of 9 games coming into the contest today. Shively gets his first look at Pepper, who fires in a 2-seam fastball inside corner. The count is 0-1. Take a look at the numbers for the right-hander, Montgomery Pepper, on the mound after the 0-1 pitch. Off speed, Shively takes it right back where it came from. Center field, base hit. And he is aboard with a 1-out single for the Falcons, and in doing so, extending that hitting streak I was talking about, now up to a clean 10 games for Connor Shively. Montgomery Pepper on the mound for South Medford, getting only his second start of the season, is without a decision yet. He's pitched 7 innings so far this summer with an ERA of 2.0. He comes set to the right-handed hitter Jacoby Tacchini. Here's the delivery home. Fastball is in the zone on the outside corner of the plate, maybe right around the letters for Tacchini. The count is 0-1. Falcons today in their road red uniforms with Falcons written across their chest in blue and white trim, and blue numbers across their back with white trim as well. Falcons have their gray pants today as Tacchini lifts one high in the sky. Left field, drifting foul. The left fielder is not going to be able to make the catch. Ackley overran the ball, which is going to allow Shiley to advance all the way to third on the error. And that will bring up Colin Tacchini now with 2 runners in scoring position and 1 out. So Tacchini, a chance here for the Falcons. Look at the numbers for Colin so far this season, batting .346 for the Falcons. Right-handed bat from Lakeview gets ready to step in. A little bit of rain drizzling down right now. It's supposed to pick up in the next few hours, hoping we can get a little bit of reprieve from that rain throughout at least the first game of 2. Again, it is an area doubleheader today, so 2 games slated here from South Medford High School. Originally set for Harry and David, but finding ourselves here at the home of the Panthers. Pitch on the way to Colin Tacchini, misses outside. Oh, called a strike. The count is a ball and a strike. 1 out. And after Colin Tacchini in the order, it's P.J. Safford. The Colts today in their home whites, from their jerseys to their pants. Colts written across their chest in bold blue text and a black outline. Tacchini flares one into center field, a base hit. That's going to score Shively. And they're going to keep Chase Barrett over there at third, who came in as a courtesy runner for Tacchini. So the Falcons get their first run across the board here. They're up 1-0 in the top of the first inning on the RBI single from Colin Tacchini. And now with runners at the corners, here's P.J. Safford. Signs coming out from the catcher for South Medford. We'll go around the diamond for them. Shack is catching. Ely at third. Edgar at short with Johans at second and Peck at first. In the outfield, it's Ackley, Patrick, and Nash from left to right. Pitch on the way, runner on the move. The throw is going to go to third to try to get Barrett, but he scampers on back, which allows Colin Tacchini to advance into scoring position. That pitch was called a ball, so it's an 0-1 count to P.J. Safford. And 2 men in scoring position with only 1 out in the top of the first inning. And already Falcons have a 1-0 lead. Pitch on the way, sails outside, looked like the off-speed pitch. 1-1, the count to Safford. On the season for him, batting .375 for Klamath Falls. It's been big the last handful of games. Klamath Falls, of course, coming off their 38-run output at Grants Pass. That's across 2 games, as it looked like PJ checked his swing there. It's called a strike. The count is 1-2. Safford collecting a couple RBIs in the nightcap, where Klamath Falls beat Grants Pass 10-7 just a couple of days ago on Wednesday. 1-2 pitch to Safford, whacks it the other way, down into the right field for a base hit. Chase Barrett scores. Tacchini a big turnaround third, but he'll stay there. So add another RBI for P.J. Safford. A single the opposite way will make the score 2-0. Falcons runners remain at the corners for Carson Pimley. And they're going to have Ryan Glidden come out for P.J. and run for him, as P.J. is the starting pitcher today, afforded that courtesy runner. So it'll be Ryan Glidden. Well, this will allow Carson Pimley a chance with a runner in scoring position. At third, it's Colin Tacchini. And then at first, again, is Glidden. Is Pimley set to bat, the right-handed hitter from Henley High School. Pimley will be a senior next year for the Hornets as he awaits the first pitch. First pitch swing and line drive left field, but it curves foul. The count is 0-1 to Pimley. On the season, Pimley batting .308 and has the only home run of the season for the Falcons so far. 6 runs batted in for him as well for Carson Pimley. Count 0-1 to Pimley. Getting the start today in right field. as the pitcher Pepper comes set, takes a look at the runner at third before delivering home. The pitch misses outside. Glidden is on the move and dives safely into second. On the throw, Takini breaks for the plate and scores. And the Falcons lead 3-0 on the steal and score. There, a little creativity on the base paths leading to a run there for Klamath Falls. And now, with an 0-1 count, just one runner in scoring position as Hunter Glidden swipes the bag there. And still an RBI opportunity for Pimley. Looked like Pepper might have gone off speed on that pitch that missed outside. Missed well outside, and so he'll have to challenge Pimley a little bit in an 0-1 count. Thought that pitch missed outside. I had it 1-0, but the scoreboard now says 1-1. So here's the delivery. That one misses upstairs. The count now 2-1. We've got that right to Pimley. On deck after him is the number 7 hitter in the order, Corbin Hamilton. Modest leadoff is second for Glidden, not too much to speak of. Takes another half step as the 2-1 pitch comes home. Pimley rolls it to the left side of the infield. The shortstop, Edgar, fields it cleanly. The throw on to first is in time, but Glidden advances to third on the play. And so a productive out there for Pimley. 2 out in the top of the first for Corbin Hamilton and an RBI opportunity. Klamath Falls leads 3-0 in the first inning of a doubleheader. Rain has stopped at least momentarily here at South Medford High School. Our vantage point station just behind home plate, facing directly north. Here's the first pitch to Hamilton. That bounces to the plate. A nice job by Shaq to keep it in front of him. The count is 1-0, though, to Corbin Hamilton. Batting .276 this season for the Falcons. Again, they come in on a 4-game winning streak, does Klamath Falls. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Hamilton. It'll be taken for a strike. Count is a ball and a strike. It started with their win against Central Point back on June 15th. They wound up splitting that doubleheader, but winning the nightcap allowed them to carry that into a win against Post 58 at Kiger Stadium 8-5. As Hamilton pops one up to the left side of the infield, it is going to be called off by the left fielder Ackley running in, making the catch near the cut of the grass to put that one away. We'll hold that thought about the Falcons' winning streak as we go to the bottom of the first inning with a 3-0 Falcons lead on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Getting set for the bottom of the first inning, a game in which the Klamath Falls already lead 3-0. Want to reintroduce you to the starting lineup for the South Medford Colts. Kind of blitzed through it at the top of the broadcast, so we'll take our time this time. Leading off the center fielder is Randy Patrick. Liam Edgar, the shortstop, batting second, with Cole Johans, the second baseman, hitting third. Carter Shack, the catcher, bats cleanup, with Bridger Mailsby, the designated hitter, batting fifth. Oliver Ackley, the left fielder, hitting sixth. Max Ely, the third baseman, bats seventh. Gray Peak at first base, hitting eighth, and batting ninth is Luke Nash for the Colts. They'll go up against P.J. Safford, who makes his second start of the summer and his fourth overall appearance. Safford has an 0-1 record in 9 innings pitched. He's allowed no earned runs, so ERA still at 0. Again, the 5 runs that have been scored against him all unearned, and he is second on the team in strikeouts. He has punched out 12 batters through his 9 innings of work so far this summer. Stepping in now, the right-handed hitter, starting in center field for South Medford, is Randy Patrick. He'll take strike one as Safford gets ahead of the leadoff hitter to begin his outing. Patrick is class of 28 for South Medford High School, so just wrapped up his freshman season. Here's the delivery from Safford, a curveball that misses down and away. The count is even now at a ball and a strike. Most of the guys from this South Medford Colts team are guys who are going to be juniors and guys who are going to be sophomores next year for the Panthers. Here's a line drive into left field and a base hit for Randy Patrick. Skipped through the infield, and that will bring up Liam Edgar. Edgar, the starting shortstop today. Also South Medford Panther during the prep season. Every one of these guys on the Colts plays for South Medford during the prep season. The Panthers wrapped up a 17-12 overall record. In the 6A Southwestern Conference, they were 10-8. Bunt laid down the first base side. Safford comes off the mound to field it, throws it on to Hamilton at first for an out, but advancing to second on the play was Randy Patrick. This will bring up Cole Johans. Second baseman. He'll be followed by the cleanup hitter, the catcher, Carter Shack. Johannes is class of 27 for South Medford. Again, their 10-8 record in the Southwest Conference. The 6A Southwest Conference was, I've referred to it a few times now, the four-way tie for third place in that league, and South Medford was right there in that mix. Here's the first pitch to the left-handed hitting second baseman for the Colts. And Safford misses downstairs, maybe a little bit inside as well. The count is 1-0. Modest lead off a second, not too much to speak of for Patrick. The shortstop Shively tries to keep him honest as Safford looks him back. Takes pause before delivering the 1-0 pitch. That one misses in the dirt, and the count 2-0. Around the diamond for the Falcons, Jacoby Tacchini is the catcher. Max Price plays third. Connor Shively at short. Colin Tacchini is at second base with Corbin Hamilton at first. We'll introduce you to the Falcons outfield after the 2-0 pitch from P.J. Safford. As the right-hander from Klamath Union High School comes set and delivers the pitch. It's popped up towards the left side. A lot of foul territory. Price is hustling over, but eventually runs out of room as it bounces off the top of the South Medford dugout, and the count is 2-1. The outfield for the Falcons goes like this. Ryan Douglas is in left. Carson Sims is in center, and Carson Pimley is in right. Like I said, a lot of foul territory here at South Medford, so guys going to have a good chance to chase down the ball, at least before you get past the bases. Once you get past the bases, it slims up a little bit for room for the bullpens. The 2-1 pitch also popped in foul territory to the left side. Price gives chase, but again, runs out of room. The count is 2-2. See measurements for down either line. I don't see how far away the fence and straightaway center field is, but down the left and right field lines, it's 320. So not sure if it gets any deeper in center field, but that's the best I can tell you here for South Medford High School. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes as Safford comes set to Johannes. And the delivery. Curveball inside, lifted into center field. Coming in is the center fielder Sims, unable to track it down. It gets down. They're waving in Patrick to score from second. The throw in is not going to be there. And an RBI single for Cole Johannes gets South Medford on the board. They still trail by a pair of runs. And he will stay at first as Patrick comes in to score on the RBI single. Now this brings up the catcher, Carter Shack, for the South Medford Colts. Didn't see much on him coming into the game, at least statistically, but then as I got here, talked for a minute with their official scorer, South Medford, and find that Carter, through 15 plate appearances this season, 10 at-bats, he's batting .500, has 3 singles, 2 doubles, and is towards the top of the team in RBI opportunities, batting cleanup. He'll watch the first pitch from Safford go right down the middle. The count is 0-1 to the catcher, Carter Shack. And through those 5 games that he's been a part of, leads the team in hitting as a bender misses inside, and the count is even, a ball and a strike. On deck, the designated hitter, Bridger Gillespie. Runner at first is Johannes. Not much of a lead to speak of over there, but Safford will check on him anyway. He's back safely. Just over the center field fence, you can see South Medford High School for those of you watching on mybasin.com. Just over the right field fence, not able to see it as well. It's the football complex here as that pitch is wrapped foul, 1-2. Took a little bit of a lap when I got here earlier today and saw they were tearing up the track over at the football stadium. I imagine it's the JV football stadium and used predominantly for track because the Panthers will play their home football games at Spiegelberg Stadium here in Medford. But, yeah, all the track is torn up. Look like they're about to get a whole new setup over there. The curveball misses outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Carter Shack. Already 1 run home in this inning in a 3-1 ball game, bottom of the first. First of a doubleheader today. The pitch from Safford, that one skips to the plate. Takini knocks it down, so the runner at first isn't going anywhere. But now the count is full, 3-2, and still just 1 out in the inning. Safford back on the rubber, looks in to get the sign from Takini. Takini gives the target as Safford comes set and delivers the pitch. That one's lifted in the air. Left side should be playable for Douglas, the left fielder, running in. Full speed makes the catch. And that is the second out of the first inning. Johannes stays at first, and it brings up Bridger Molesby. Molesby, the designated hitter, batting .429 for the South Medford Colts so far this summer. He is in a tie for the team lead with runs scored. He scored 6 runs this season. And through 5 games, South Medford has scored 40 runs as that first pitch sails outside, 1-0. Coming into this game, South Medford has lost their last 3 contests, going back to June 14th, lost in a nightcap against in the doubleheader against the North Medford Mavericks. They lost that game 8-0, and then were swept at Central Point 23-4. And 2-0 before coming into this contest against the Falcons. 1-1 pitch, line drive, right field, base hit, and that will extend the first inning. Is advancing to second on the base hit was Johannes, and Molesby gets aboard there, bringing up Oliver Ackley, the starting left fielder for the Colts. Ackley, it's ready to settle in, class of 27 for South Medford High School, so going to be a junior next season for the Panthers. Keeps his hands held high and his knees straight in the right-handed batter's box. A decent lead off a second now for Johannes as Safford clocks it before delivering home. Goes with the off-speed pitch that sails outside, and the count is 1-0. 3 base hits this inning for South Medford. Again, they've turned it into 1 run. And they've got 1 more in scoring position. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Safford. Looked to be off speed, a little bit high. I don't think the breaking ball broke enough there for Safford, but luckily Ackley only got a piece of it, and the count is 1-1. On deck for South Medford is Max Ely, the starting third baseman. Shively out there at short, making sure Johannes is aware of him, takes a lead off a second. A little bit more aggressive now as Safford delivers the 1-1 home, misses high. Count is 2-1. Sun coming out a little bit here in Medford. Again, rain in the forecast, still about 59 degrees, but the sun peeking through the clouds a little bit more than even it was about 5 minutes ago. So the 2-1 misses low and away, 3-1. Weather's definitely going to be something to keep track of for the Falcons moving forward. Of course, they've got their game in Roseburg tomorrow, but look at the forecast for their trip in Alaska next week. It's supposed to rain every single day, whether it's in Wasilla or Anchorage next week, as the 3-1 misses upstairs, and that will load the bases for Max Ely. Advancing Johannes to third, Molesby to second, and, of course, Ackley taking first after working the walk. And Max Ely bats. The base is loaded. Ely this season is batting .125 for the Colts. Looking out for their number 7-hole hitter to try to come through in a big spot for their team. Pitch from Safford is looked to be a slider. Finds the outside corner. The count 0-1 to Ely. 2 hits, and it's 2 singles for Ely through 16 at-bats this summer. Delivery from Safford, the 0-1. He goes with a curveball, had Ely out in front. The count 0-2. Safford trying to live outside against these right-handed hitters. You got to imagine that was part of the scouting report, and got 2 swings and 2 misses there from Ely We'll see where he goes now as Safford working out of the windup with the bases loaded, steps and delivers the 0-2 pitch. Goes off speed outside again, though this time Ely lays off. Count is 1-2. Great Peak is on deck, the starting first baseman for South Medford. If this inning continues, tying run is in scoring position in the bottom of the first inning. The 1-2 popped up, foul. And we'll do it again. A ball and 2 strikes. Johannes on third, reached via the RBI single earlier this inning. Molesby followed it up with a single of himself later on in the frame. And Ackley, who's at first, walked. But Safford's going to leave them all stranding, looping in the curveball, and got Ely looking to retire the side. The Colts score 1 on 3 base hits, but they leave them loaded as we go to the second on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account to retirement planning and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Getting ready for the top of the second inning from South Medford High School as the Colts host the Klamath Falls Falcons in an area doubleheader. Before we get started in the top of the second, want to take a quick look at our standings coming into play. Of course, the Central Point Comets still pace the group, 7-1 in league play, 11-1 overall. The Klamath Falls Falcons, who are in second place right now, handed Central Point their only loss. Central Point has handed the Falcons their only loss, 5-1 in league play. They are 8-2 overall with that opening loss to Medford to start the season. So we get the standings off your screen there, bring back up the scoreboard. Still want to discuss the standings as Sims fouls off the first pitch he saw. The count is 0-1. North Jackson in third in our league right now. They're 4-2. South Medford, are these Colts in front of us, are 3-3. They're in fourth place in the league. North Medford is 1-5, and Grants Pass, still looking for their first wins in league play, are 0-8 and in sixth place. 0-1 pitch to Carson Sims, misses downstairs. The count is even at a ball and a strike. Sims having a, impressive is one way to put it, a fantastic game against Grants Pass in the opener, game in which the Falcons as a group performed well, but Sims pacing the group, a 28-2 win. Sims went 5 for 6 with a double and a triple. Right now down in the count 1-2 and takes the curveball outside. The count now 2-2. The most hits in a single game for the Falcons this season was this 5 that Sims had in the opener back on Wednesday. Here he takes a pitch inside, and the count is 3-2. That game, the Falcons set season highs for hits, at-bats, and RBI. As Sims takes a base there, that sets me up to finish my thought there about Carson, who in that game, the 28-2 win, set the season record so far for most total bases in a game and most runs scored in a game as well. As he'll go ahead and take first, and that'll bring up Ryan Douglas. Set is Pepper, takes a look over at Sims. Not a huge lead off of first. Before the pitch home, came in and hit Price on the front arm. And so 2 men on and nobody out. And back to the top of the order for Klamath Falls, it's Max Price. Price grounded out in his first at-bat, is 0 for 1. But his second look at Pepper, it was only first pitch swinging for Max Price, so really didn't get a chance to look at Pepper all that much in his first at-bat. We'll see if he opts to be a bit more patient here unless he gets a real good pitch to hit. Oh, he's going to show bunt, and as he does, the pitch gets by Shaq. Rolls to the backstop, and both runners will advance. Sims to third, Douglas to second. And the count will be 1-0 to Max Price. And this will trigger Coach Sellers to come on out of the dugout and have a discussion with his pitcher and infield with 2 men in scoring position and nobody out. Allows us to remind you that today's broadcast on mybasin.com is brought to you in part by the Pacific Power Foundation, who in 2024 donated nearly $70,000 to local organizations like the Klamath County School District, the Oregon Tech Foundation, and the Tule Lake Rotary Club. Big thanks to the Pacific Power Foundation and Pacific Power for coming on board and supporting not only this season of Falcons baseball, but all of the youth and prep sports that we cover right here on mybasin.com. If you go back and you look at our past broadcasts, not only will you see, of course, the Falcons, you'll see a number of Henley baseball and softball broadcasts, along with plenty of basketball games from during the winter. We went all around Klamath County to Bonanza and Lost River and Chiloquin, and Mazama was featured multiple times as well, even though we don't have any Vikings on this Falcons roster. Still want to give a shout to Mazama High School. And then football as well, same story. Traveled all around the basin and hope to do that again this fall, featuring a game of the week on mybasin.com. And that's thanks to some wonderful people like Pacific Power. All right, Max Price ready to settle in. He's ahead in the count 1-0. He lifts it to the right side. Shallow outfield. That one is going to get down and drop in front of the right fielder, Nash. Sims is going to score from third. They're going to hold up Douglas at second, but an RBI single for Max Price makes it 4-1 Falcons. Now Connor Shively hits for the Falcons. Shively second on the team in hitting, although that is a little bit of a misleading number when you take into a larger account of a sample size. Shively really does lead the team in hitting. 581 coming into play today in 31 at-bats. He leads the team in hits with 18. Pitch to Shively, finds the outside corner. On the move was Max Price. They decide to throw down to third to try to keep Douglas there. But again, in the meantime, Price advances to second. So now you've got 2 men in scoring position for Shively, who also leads the team in RBI with 14 on the summer. The 0-1 to Shively sails high and away. The count is even now, ball and a strike. Still nobody out in the inning. It started with Sims earning a walk. Douglas was hit by a pitch. And then Max Price, most recently with that RBI single, scoring Sims from third. And so here's the pitch on the way from Pepper. Goes off speed. Shively got a piece of it, but fouls it off. The count is 1-2. On deck after Connor Shively is Jacoby Takini. Shively looks in, awaits the pitch from Pepper, takes the inside pitch the other way. Could be trouble in shallow left, and that one will get down in fair territory. And Ryan Douglas is going to score. Max Price will advance to third, and Shively going to stick around at first at an RBI single. Well, the Falcons aren't hitting the ball particularly hard here in the first couple innings, but they're just looping in base hits and getting guys over and getting them in. And in this game, well, that's all you need, as the Falcons now lead 5-1. They'll have runners at the corners for Jacoby Takini. Price again stationed at third. Already 2 runs home in this inning. And Jacoby Takini steps in. Jacoby reached on an error his first time around. Runner on the move. Shively going to take second with ease as again they decide to throw down to third. But Price is able to just get back safely. They haven't tried to get a runner stealing second once this game. They've just been content to go after the guy there at third. I stand corrected. One time they did throw down to second and the runner did score. So there you go. That's why they're doing it repeatedly, trying to stick around down 4. Pitch to Takini, misses high. And the count is 2-0 to the Falcons catcher. Earning All-State honors as just a freshman, Jacoby Takini stands 6 foot tall, 205. He packs a punch in the right-handed batter's box. That time he will watch a pitch miss outside. And the count is 3-0. After Jacoby in the order is Colin Takini for the Falcons. Pepper set, steps, and delivers that pitch in around the knees. Finds the outside corner. The count 3-1 now to Takini. Coming into the game, bats .313, has gotten the start in every single game for the Falcons this season. That list is growing ever smaller by the day. He's joined only by P.J. Safford and Max Price as guys who've started every single game for the Falcons this season as he works a walk, and that will load the bases for the cleanup hitter, Colin Tacchini. And in doing so, will prompt Coach Sellers to come on back out of the South Medford dugout. And it looks like at this point we'll be seeing a pitching change for the Colts. Whoever it is will have to inherit the bases loaded against the cleanup hitter. We'll tell you who it is next in just a moment as we continue your coverage of Falcons baseball live from South Medford High School. The Falcons lead the Colts 5-1 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
Well, we're still in the top of the second inning, a game in which the Klamath Falls Falcons lead 5-1. And a new pitcher on the mound for South Medford is going to be the right-hander, number 13, Gray Peak. Taking a look at the numbers for him so far, this is only his second appearance of the year. He pitched 3 innings in a previous outing, gave up 11 hits and 10 runs in that outing for an ERA of 14 even. There's a couple of other changes for South Medford, although I believe it's only the former pitcher Pepper going over to first. And I believe that's it. Just a straight across swap as Peak had been playing first to start the game. We'll confirm that for you in just a moment as Colin Tacchini gets ready to step in. Again, bases loaded. Max Price stands at third. Connor Shively at second. And the runner in for Jacoby Tacchini, I believe, is Chase Barrett at first. And first pitch underway from Gray Peak. And that one will miss outside. The count is 1-0 to Tacchini. He's 1 for 1 today. He singled in a run in the first inning and would come around to score during that inning. Falcons scored 3 runs in the first, have already added 2 more here in the second. This time Tacchini rolls one in front of the mound, but then it kicks foul. The count is a ball and a strike. Again, 3 in the first, already 2 more here in the second, and the bases are loaded against the South Medford Colts. Again, I was talking about the Falcons' winning streak earlier today. The Falcons continued their winning streak in Grants Pass back on Wednesday. Those 2 big wins. The nightcap 10-7. They really had to battle for it. Here, Tacchini, line drive center field. 1 run scores. They're waving in Shively to score as well, and he slides in safely. And a 2 RBI single from Colin Tacchini grows the Falcons' lead to 7-1. There will be runners at first and second as Barrett advanced into scoring position. Tacchini with his second and third RBI of the day. And this will bring up P.J. Safford with 2 on and nobody out. As Price scored from third on that previous play, Shively was waved in from second. And Safford is also 1 for 1 today. Had a single back in the first inning. Was eventually courtesy ran for. But was able to do it with the stick in the first inning. Pitch on the way to Safford. First pitch swinging. Shallow fly ball right field. Nash is going to come in and make the catch for the first out. And it looked like Barrett thought about tagging, but then thought better of it as the first out is recorded in the second inning, and it will bring up Carson Pimley. Pimley 0 for 1 in the contest so far. He grounded out to grounded out to shortstop. Throw on to first was how Pimley was retired in that first inning. About a 5-6 step lead off of second for Chase Barrett. Takes another half step as the pitch is delivered. It's popped up out of play foul. The count is 0-1 to Carson Pimley. After Pimley, it's Corbin Hamilton in the order for the Falcons. Pimley batting .308 this year, has played in nearly every game, although this only his fourth start of the year for the Falcons as he fouls that one back. The count is 0-2. Pimley's 4 hits have all been singles except for one, and that was the 3-run home run that he had in the game against Central Point earlier this summer. As that pitch misses high, 1-2. Still has the only homer of the season so far for the Falcons. And 6 RBI on the season for Pimley. And another man out there in scoring position. Here's the 1-2. That one misses outside in the dirt. Picked out of the dirt by the catcher, Shack. Runner on the move and in safely at third. Chase Barrett, aggressive base running, but he dives in safely. I wonder if he thought that it got by the catcher. A good pick out of the dirt by Shack, but still, aggressive base running puts 2 in scoring position, and a 2-2 count, 1 out, top of the second inning. And the delivery to Pimley, the 2-seamer misses wide, and the count is full to Carson Pimley. Again, like I said, Barrett advanced to third. Colin Takini advancing to second on that most recent play. The 3-2 pitch is popped up right side of the infield. Looks playable for the first baseman, Pepper, and he will make the catch in foul territory for the second out. So now Corbin Hamilton bats with 2 away and 2 in scoring position. Hamilton 0 for 1 in the contest. Flew out to left field to end the first inning. On deck is Carson Sims, who started this inning after earning a walk. Falcons lead 7-1 in the top of the second inning. Pitch on the way to Hamilton. First pitch swinging, popped out of play, and the count is 0-1. Chance to potentially see Hamilton get some work over the next couple of days, whether it's today or tomorrow. Of course, the Falcons have got a single game in Roseburg tomorrow. They'll be playing the Dr. Randall's Crowns, a different team than we played last time we went to Roseburg. Before it was the Pepsi Bottle Caps. Now it'll be Dr. Randall's. Pitch to Hamilton, rolled toward the right side of the infield. The second baseman, Johannes, running in. Throw on to first is there and in time, and that will end the inning. But the Falcons do score 4 runs on 3 base hits. They leave 2 runners stranded, and they lead 7-1. Going to the bottom of the second inning next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
And we welcome you back to South Medford High School, where the Klamath Falls Falcons currently lead the South Medford Colts 7-1. Game 1 of 2 of an area doubleheader today between the Falcons and the Colts. And it looks like it'll be 8-9-1 in the South Medford order here in the second inning. Gray Peak, Luke Nash, and Randy Patrick. The Falcons lead 7-1. Scoring 3 runs in the first, adding 4 more in the last half inning. South Medford will try to respond against the right-hander from Klamath Union High School, P.J. Safford. Stepping in is Gray Peak. He started the game as the first baseman, has since entered in to pitch as he swings and misses at the first offering. The count is 0-1. Comes in place of Montgomery Pepper on the mound for South Medford. We'll take a final look at his line score as Peak takes a pitch down below the knees over the plate for ball one. The count is even. As Peak takes that one high in the sky, right field. Moving over is the right fielder, Pimley, and a routine catch made in the outfield for the first out in the second inning. Still want to give you the final line score on the starting pitcher for South Medford today, if I'm able to. If my scorekeeping app will unfreeze, so I'd have to put a pause on that thought here in just a moment as Luke Nash gets ready to bat, the starting right fielder for the South Medford Colts. Hitting from the right side, Nash is class of 27 for South Medford. The first pitch is taken there. The count is 0-1. Fastball on the outside. Safford found the location nicely. This delivery is rattled foul. The count is 0-2 to Luke Nash. And again to finish that thought from earlier, Montgomery Pepper finished pitching 1 inning, gave up 5 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned, walked 2, and did not strike out anybody. But speaking of a strikeout, P.J. Safford rearing back and getting Luke Nash looking for the second out in the second inning. And this will bring up Randy Patrick. Patrick is 1 for 1 today. He singled and would later score in the first inning. First pitch from Safford goes off speed outside. The count is 1-0 to Randy Patrick. Patrick just wrapped up his freshman season with the South Medford Panthers, was part of that varsity squad that made the postseason. Here's a ground ball over to third. Not an easy play for Max Price to make, ranging over in the gap, but does so successfully, and the Colts go down in order in the second inning. The Falcons will carry a 7-1 lead to the top of the third on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Welcome back to MyBasin.com and 104.3 and 960 Sports. Our continuing coverage of Klamath Falls Falcons baseball brings us to the Rogue Valley today. The sky you see on MyBasin.com might be a little bit deceptive. It feels like my camera's pointed about the only blue sky you can see as you look around today. Otherwise, it's cloudy, it's gray, it's going to be raining at some point, but right now, Falcons in a 7-1 lead in the top of the third inning. They're feeling good as Sims offers up at the first pitch he sees, fouls it off, and the count is 0-1. Sims walked and would later score in his first at-bat in the second inning. Here in an 0-1 count, the delivery from Gray Peak is going to be ripped foul down the third base side. The count to Sims is 0-2. Talked a little bit about recent history for Sims and his outstanding performance in Grants Pass. On the season, though, his full season total, Sims batting .538. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That one misses in the dirt. The count of ball and 2 strikes. Sims leads the team in doubles with 6 two-baggers this season. Here's the 1-2 pitch, a curveball. Sims out in front of it, but it kicks off the glove of the catcher, Shaq. Throw down to first base is in time. Drop third strike. Sims almost beat it out, but will eventually go in the books as out number 1 to start the third inning. Only the second time Sims has been set down on strikes this season. It's a rarity, as we see it here in the third inning. As Ryan Douglas gets ready to step in for the Falcons with one away, he was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat in the second inning, would have come around to score. That time the pitch sails on Peak, goes way high, and it's 1-0. And Douglas didn't really get to see too many pitches at all, and not that it would have mattered. This is the first time he's facing Gray Peak today anyway. Again, Montgomery Pepper, the man who now stands at first base, was the starting pitcher for South Medford today, and got knocked out of the game after only completing one inning. Count as a ball and a strike now to Ryan Douglas, as he was a little bit out in front of the off-speed pitch. And now the left fielder for the Falcons makes contact with this one, sends it in the air left field. Ackley moves over. He'll put that one away for the second out. 2 away, top of the third inning. The Falcons lead 7-1. And back to the top of their order for Max Price. Price is 1 for 2 in the ball game today. He started with a ground out, but back in the second inning, he singled and would later score. Also added an RBI on that single. Here's the first pitch to Price. First pitch swing, and it's a foul ball. The count is 0-1. And that RBI that Price got earlier in the game was RBI number 6 for him on the season. And here he takes a line drive into center field and a base hit. Price takes a big turnaround first, but as the throw in is a little bit wild, Price is going to stay there. So a 2-out single for Max will bring up Connor Shively. And that also makes Max 2 for 3 on the day so far. 7th hit of the day for the Falcons. Shively has 2 of those 7 base hits, with a single in the first inning and an RBI single in the second inning. He's also scored each time around the base paths. As Gray Peak comes set and delivers. Shively first pitch swinging, fly ball center field, and a good effort in center field, but it gets down in front of the center fielder. They're waving in Max Price to score all the way from first, and he does. The score now 8-1 Falcons as Shively winds up at second on the RBI. RBI double there for Shively, 3 for 3. As that ball got down just in front of Patrick, he gave good effort on it, but just wasn't able to get all the way to the spot he needed to. That ball dropped in front of him and then rolled behind him, allowing, again, not only Price to score from first, but Shively to advance to second. And this brings up Jacoby Takini with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. Takini has reached base both times, but is still looking for his first base hit as he rolls one foul here, 0-1. Jacoby reached on an error in the first inning, and Chase Barrett, who typically courtesy runs for him, came in to score. And then he reached on a walk in the second inning. Here he takes a pitch inside. The count is even now to the Falcons catcher. A ball and a strike with Colin Takini, the cleanup hitter, waiting on deck. Set is Peak, takes a look at the runner Shively at second before delivering home. Takini takes that pitch. It looked below the knees, maybe off the inside a little bit as well. The count is now 2-1 to Takini. This season, Jacoby hits .313. It's the 2-1 pitch. That one finds the zone right around the letters inner third. The count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Takini readies back in the right-handed batter's box, chokes up on the bat a little bit in a 2-strike count, and the 2-2 is a curveball that misses outside. Shively was on the move to third and slides in safely. Aggressive, stealing third with 2 outs, but Shively in the wheels, he's showing off there. The count is now 3-2. I don't know many guys you send to third in 2 outs, but I suppose Shively fits the bill. And now the count is full to Jacoby Takini. The delivery on the way from Peak is hit in the air, other way, drifting foul, and it'll get down foul. The count remains 3-2. Jacoby Takini has got most of his starts at the catcher position. I believe there's only been 2 games this year in which he hasn't been the starting catcher. Here's a line drive, left field, base hit. And a run will score. Shively in and really manufacturing that run for the Falcons. They now lead 9-1. 2-out hitting for Klamath Falls has now led to 2 runs this inning. Give Takini the RBI there as After Sims and Douglas were 2 outs to start the inning, Max Price singled, Connor Shively doubled, and Takini just followed it up with his own base hit here. Now, courtesy running is Chase Barrett over there at first, but the Falcons lead 9-1, and maybe a chance for more with Colin Takini at the plate. Takini's already 2 for 2 today with 3 RBI. Here he swings and rolls one foul. The count is 0-1. Takini, when he singled in the first inning, would come around to score as well, so a run in the effort for him. He was left stranded in scoring position when he got on base in the second inning. But now he settles back in. Game balls coming in from the South Medford dugout. Our home plate umpire, Vic Lease, today receiving those and says play ball. Here we go with the 0-1. That pitch misses outside. The count is 1-1. Colin Takini in the nightcap against Grants Pass was a late replacement into that game. Was, I believe, one of the first games, if not the first game, that he didn't start. But in the opener against Grants Pass, Colin was 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. That was the big 28-run output for the Falcons against Grants Pass back on Wednesday. Right now, the count, a ball and a strike to Colin. Here's the delivery, and that one misses in the dirt. The catcher, Shaq, keep it in front of him, which will keep Chase Barrett over at first. The count is now 2-1 to Colin. P.J. Safford waits on deck for the Falcons. Peak looks in, gets the sign from Shaq. Shaq gives the target. And now the 2-1 pitch is hit in the air left field. That one could have some good distance. Ackley going back towards the wall. That one is not going to be caught by the warning track. It gets down extra bases. Chase Barrett's going to score all the way from first, and Colin Takini nearly leaving the yard will have to settle for an RBI double, but the Falcons do now lead 10-1. That's maybe a little bit of a warmer day. If you hit that ball in July, you might not get it back, but a 2-out double for Colin Takini. He now has 4 RBIs on the contest and is 3 for 3, bringing up P.J. Safford. Again, Barrett scored all the way from first on that play, and Safford, who's 1 for 2 today, hoping to add some more. Safford singled in a run in the first and flew out in the second, getting his third look here. That time the curveball misses high. The count is 1-0. Colin with his 4th RBI today. This is the first game in which he's reached 4 RBIs this season. In fact, his first game where he's had any more than 2 RBIs this season, is only the second Falcons player so far to have 4 RBIs in a game. He's joining Connor Shively, who's done it twice so far this summer. 2-0 pitch, curveball that Safford lifts in the air, right side foul, and it'll be caught in foul territory. Couldn't quite see the action, but the first baseman Pepper making the catch, and that will end the inning. But the Falcons do score 3 runs on 4 base hits, and they leave 1 stranded. They carry a 10-1 lead to the bottom of the 3rd. Back after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
Bottom of the 3rd inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons lead 10-1 against the South Medford Colts. Due up this half inning for South Medford is Liam Edgar, Cole Johannes, and Carter Shack. That'd be 2, 3, and 4 in their order as they go up against P.J. Safford, who, after a little bit of a shaky first inning where he gave up a run and 3 hits, was able to get out of the second inning, retiring the side in order and hoping to carry some of that momentum into this third inning as the Falcons lead by 9. Again, winners of their last 4 consecutive games, hoping to carry that on into today, and then single 9 against Roseburg tomorrow before you head out on the road to Alaska starting on a Monday. First pitch swinging for Liam Edgar, and a line drive down the third base line, gets down fair, and then in left field, Douglas has a bit of trouble coming up cleanly with it, trying to get all the way to third is Edgar, and he does. Edgar with a lead-off triple. At least that's how I have it so far. We'll see if that was the error that allowed him to advance to third here in just a moment. But regardless, a runner on third to start the third inning for South Medford as the middle of their order is due up with Cole Johannes batting now. So a leadoff double for Edgar, and then advancing on the error in left. Regardless, that runner still at third. First pitch taken a strike to Cole Johannes. Johannes singled in a run in the first inning. And this time it's lifted shallow left field. The shortstop Shively makes the catch on the outfield cut of the grass, and that is the first out in the third inning. Runner remains at third, Edgar. And this brings up Carter Shack. Shack 0 for 1 today. He flew out to left field back in the first inning. Shack bats from the right side, keeps a tall batting stance, his hands low in around the letters. The first pitch from Safford is taken off the outside, and it is 1-0. South Medford's catcher comes into the game today, leading the team in hitting as that pitch misses high and in, 2-0. And Shaq, like I said at the top of the broadcast, wasn't on my roster coming into the game, but then when I got here, found out, hey, yeah, he's the team's best hitter. Here's the 2-0 pitch. He fouls that one off. The count is 2-1. 5 of Shaq's hits this season have been, or Shaq has 5 hits this season, and 2 of them have been for extra base hits. And he's also towards the top of the team in RBI with 4 this season. The 2-1 pitch is lifted in the air, left side. Price giving chase, but it is out of play. And the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 away in the bottom of the third inning in a 10-1 ball game. The Colts, though, knocking on the door of scoring a run here in the third inning with the runner 90 feet away. Safford goes with a breaking pitch. It froze up Shack and set him packing on strikes. That is the third strikeout of the day for P.J. Safford, and now 2 outs in the inning brings up Bridger Gillespie. Safford's traditionally gone to the slider in those 2 strike counts, though today has gone way slow with the curveball, and it's worked out for him. This time tries to go inside with a fastball and hits Gillespie, who will be awarded first. Runners at the corners, 2 outs for now Oliver Ackley to bat for the South Medford Colts. First man that Safford has hit today, the second free pass overall. He issued a walk back in the first inning to the man who's about to hit right now, Oliver Ackley, the starting left fielder for the South Medford Colts. Safford delivers the first pitch. It's a fastball that misses low. The count is 1-0. Takini doing a nice job of picking that one out of the dirt, not allowing the runner at first, Gillespie, to advance to second, or even more importantly, that runner at third to score. Here's a line drive center field. This will certainly score that runner from third. It's a 10-2 ball game as Edgar touches home. Advancing to second is Gillespie, and Oliver Ackley with an RBI single brings South Medford within 8 in the bottom of the third inning. It'll keep runners at first and second for Max Ely, who bats for the Colts now. Ely 0 for 1 in this contest. He struck out back in the first inning, was a victim of that breaking ball that we were just talking about a moment ago from Safford. We'll see how he attacks Ely the second time around. First offering from Safford is hit the opposite way, right field. Pimley in a couple of steps. He'll make the catch, and that will retire the side. Although South Medford adds a run on 2 base hits, and they leave 2 stranded. As we go to the fourth, the Falcons lead 10-2 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been away
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Back to the top of the fourth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. In game one of a doubleheader today from South Medford High School, the Falcons lead the South Medford Colts 10-2. For Klamath Falls, 10 runs on 10 hits. They've committed one error. They have left 4 runners on base so far today. For South Medford, 2 runs on 5 hits. They've committed one error, and they have left 5 runners on base so far today. As we get ready, it's Carson Pimley, Corbin Hamilton, and Carson Sims do up this half inning for the Falcons. That's 6, 7, and 8 in the order. Pimley lofts the first pitch high in the air center field, but playable for Patrick, who makes the catch. 1 pitch and 1 away in the top of the fourth inning. Corbin Hamilton bats now for the Falcons. Corbin is 0 for 2 in this game so far. He flew out in the first and grounded out in the second. On the season, Hamilton batting .276 for the Falcons. The tall right-handed hitter awaits the first offering from Gray Peak. That pitch is fouled straight back. The count is 0-1 to Corbin Hamilton. Is the tallest listed player on the Falcons roster, standing 6'2". Here's the pitch to Hamilton. Hits that one shallow center field. Could be tough to get to, and no one is going to get to it. That'll get down for a single for Corbin Hamilton, making him 1 for 3 today. And in steps Carson Sims. Sims 0 for 1 in this contest. He struck out in the third, although he did walk in the second, reached base, and would come around to score in that inning. Now a chance to move a guy over after that one-out base hit from Corbin Hamilton, giving the Falcons their 11th base hit of the day. First pitch on the way to Sims. It is an upstairs fastball. Sims got a piece of it, hits it foul, and the count is 0-1. Sims, a guy who hasn't started every single game, but has seen playing time in every single game for the Falcons this season, and is batting .538 through the first 10 games. Here's the 0-1 to Sims. It's in the dirt. Count is even now, a ball and a strike. On deck after Sims is Ryan Douglas. He's the number 9 hitter in the Falcons order. Sims keeps his batting stance tall and slim in a 1-1 count. That is a slider, drifts outside. The count is 2-1 from Gray Peak. Man out there on the mound for South Medford, class of 28 for South Medford High School. He will be a sophomore next season. Played most of the year with the JV squad. As a move over to first, diving back safely is Corbin Hamilton. He is back in there. South Medford making a pretty good run in the 6A state tournament this year. Entering as the number 18 seed, made it all the way to the quarterfinals. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Sims lifts it high, deep to right field. The right fielder makes the catch on the run. Nash, holding his glove above his head, brings that one in for the second out. Really put a jolt into that one, but Nash had to run a long way into the right center field gap to put that one away for the second out. Well, now it's Ryan Douglas who bats for the Falcons. 2 away and a runner on first. Douglas is without a hit so far today, but he was hit by a pitch in the second inning and came in to score then. Aside from that, flew out to left field last inning. First pitch misses in above his helmet. That's ball 1. Throw down to second, and in safely is Corbin Hamilton. It was a very close play and a nice throw from Shaq behind the plate, I might add, but Hamilton sliding to the outside of the bag and avoiding the tag altogether, and a nice job there for Corbin, adding a stolen base there, and, well, that makes him 2 for 2 in stolen base attempts this season. The 1-0 pitch fouled off. The count is even. As a team, the Falcons have now stolen 19 bases if you add the one stealing third earlier today. 19 stolen bases on the year for the Falcons as that pitch misses low, bounces to the dirt. The count is 2-1. And they've only been caught 3 times this year, so that's a pretty good success rate as a team for the Falcons. A lot of kids who are really able to show off their speed on this year's team. The 2-1 home to Douglas. Hit in the air, shallow right field. Again, another ball that's tough to get to, and no one's able to get to it. And advancing and scoring from second is Corbin Hamilton. Never let up the gas, and the Falcons get another run here in the fourth. Now up 11-2 after the RBI single from Ryan Douglas. And again, another situation. It feels like it's been the case all day. Not hit particularly hard, but hit exactly where no one from South Medford is able to get to it. You take out the rocket that Colin Takini hit back in the third inning. That's pretty much been every base hit so far for the Falcons. And here Max Price pops one up, shallow center, although this one looks playable, and it is for the second baseman, Johannes. That will retire the side, but the Falcons add another run in the fourth on the RBI single from Ryan Douglas. They carry an 11-2 lead to the bottom of the fourth next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Getting ready for the bottom of the fourth inning. P.J. Safford still out there working for the Klamath Falls Falcons, trying to protect a 9-run lead that the Falcons have built themselves out. Up 11-2, it'll be Gray Peak, Luke Nash, and Randy Patrick. That's 8, 9, and 1 in the Colts order to try to get things started and find a way to come back into this ball game. Down 9, I'm sure, is certainly not where they had hoped to find themselves in 4 innings against the Falcons. But now a tall mountain to climb. As Peak settles in, he's 0 for 1 today. Safford fires in the first pitch. It is popped in the air, foul right side. Hamilton's going to give chase, but he'll run out of room. And the count is 0-1 to Peak. Like I said in his one previous at-bat, Peak flew out to right field. That was in the second inning. Safford goes high and tight to Peak in the second pitch. That one misses. The count even now, a ball and a strike to Peak. He's since taken over on the mound after getting the start at first base. We'll take a check of the line score for him in just a moment. Well, we might not have time as he rolls one back up the middle. Tough ball to play for Shively, but he makes the throw in time for the out. That was a high chopper over the mound. Shively came in and played it from the shortstop position, and a strong throw to first recorded the out. 6-3 in the book, but a nice play there for Shively. Well, this will bring up Luke Nash, who is 0 for 1 in the contest. He struck out back in the second inning. Starting right fielder for the Colts steps in. Nash will take strike 1. Look to be the fastball there from Safford. Already back on the rubber, ready to throw. Nash will be class of 27 for South Medford. Here he sends a hard ground ball down the third base side, but that one also rolls foul. And Safford quickly ahead of the South Medford right fielder, 0-2. We'll have to break him out of his rhythm for just a second as we field the foul ball down the line. It looks like we're about ready to go. Safford from the windup gets the sign in from Takini. The right-handed batter Nash settles in, and here's the delivery. 0-2 goes slider outside and a little bit up as well. It missed off the plate, and the count is 1-2 to Luke Nash. Safford trying to find that put-away pitch. The 1-2 on its way. The fastball misses high, 2-2. Was talking about the prep season that the Panthers put together this year. Really a good run deep into the 6A postseason, earning the 18 seed and making the quarterfinal. Here's the 2-2. Safford goes hard heat on the outside and gets a swing and a miss. And now with 2 outs in the inning, back to the top of the order, it's Randy Patrick. Patrick 1 for 2 today, singled and grounded out so far. But just going back to South Medford, they finished tied for third place in the Southwest Conference with a 10-8 record. Making a quick switch here for the Falcons. Did Safford reach a pitch count, perhaps? Looks like we're making a switch. Max Price and P.J. Safford swapping spots over at first and third. I'll hold my thought for now, and we'll step aside. At the bottom of the 4th inning with 2 outs, the Falcons make a pitching change. Back after this on MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
New pitcher on the mound for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Will introduce you to the right-hander, Max Price. And before we take a look at the stats, I want to catch you up on the other changes. There isn't really much. Max Price was playing third, has come in to pitch. Safford was pitching, has now moved over to play third. So that's the only change, but the numbers on the season for Max Price. He is making his 3rd overall appearance of the season. In 2 2/3 innings pitched, he's allowed 1 hit, 3 strikeouts. No earned runs have come across for Max Price so far this summer. It looks like no saves for him yet either, which was sort of the role he was used as with the Henley Hornets, was that guy you want to come in and close the game. But here he starts out the at-bat against Randy Patrick with a fastball that gets fouled off. And the count is 0-1 to the leadoff hitting center fielder for South Medford. Price delivers the pitch, goes curveball outside. It misses outside. The count is even now, 1-1. After Patrick, if the inning continues, it's Liam Edgar for the Colts. Of course, with Price coming in for Safford, want to see if we can get you the final line score for Safford before we get out of this before this half inning is over. Count now 2-1 as that pitch missed downstairs. Safford pitched 3 2/3 innings, giving up 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned. He walked 1 and struck out 4. As Max Price goes high with the 2-1 and it misses. 3-1 now to Randy Patrick. Safford's pitch count only at 56, so although he can't pitch tomorrow in Roseburg, he'll be available for the first set of games on Tuesday against teams from Alaska at the Todd Ryan Invitational in Wasilla. Here's a ball that's tough to play for Safford over at third. The throw on to first is in time for the out. Kind of knuckled out there to Safford at third, but was able to make the play. And the Colts are down in order in the 4th. Falcons carry an 11-2 lead going to the 5th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I love to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
Getting set for the top of the fifth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Our coverage of Klamath Falls Falcons baseball today, brought to you in part by the folks down at Gino's Cafe on East Main Street, open every morning at 6:30, serving their famous breakfast burritos. Those are served all day long, along with other menu items like burgers, monthly specials, and Italian favorites. You can order online at iloveginos.com, or you can order on DoorDash. Brought to you with Gino's Cafe. I always love the breakfast burritos are good, but I often go for the crispy chicken wrap when I go there. It's like Southwest corn chowder in there. It's pretty good stuff. All right, ready to go with Connor Shively. Leading this inning off for the Falcons, it'll be Shively, Jacoby Takini, then Colin Takini. That's 2, 3, and 4 in the order. First pitch swinging for Shively. Line drive, left field, base hit. Shively is 4 for 4 today. That's his third single, and he is on base to start the fifth inning. Boy, Connor has been seeing the ball so well to start this summer for the Falcons. His fourth base hit there. That is his first 4-hit game of the summer, but his 7th multi-hit game in 11 tries. That is outstanding. Here's the first pitch to Jacoby Takini as Peak loops in a breaking ball. The count to him is 0-1. 7 multi-hit games in 11 tries. Shively aboard at first. And Jacoby Takini waits the 0-1 pitch. He'll watch the curveball find the outside corner. The count is 0-2. That pitch started up about at the letters for Takini in middle of the plate. Coach Takini in the first base coaching box, a little bit displeased with that outside curveball. But Takini, Jacoby Takini, now in an 0-2 count, has to settle in. There's a curveball rolled out towards short. Could be 2 for Edgar. Makes first out at second. In the back end, Jacoby beats it out. And so a fielder's choice allows Jacoby to reach first as Shively was cut down trying to get to second. 1 out in the inning, and it will bring up Colin Takini. Jacoby will come on out in favor of Chase Barrett, now running at first. As Colin is 3 for 3 today with 4 RBI. Takini singled in a run in the first and would come around to score then. A 2 RBI single in the second, followed by probably the hardest hit ball of the day, a double in the third inning. Here's another ground ball to short, on to second for 1, on to first for 2, and a 6-4-3 double play gets Colin Takini out in this inning. And they roll him up to go to the bottom of the fifth, an 11-2 ball game on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
Sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Set for the bottom of the fifth inning here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead the South Medford Colts 11-2. The Colts have got Liam Edgar, Cole Johannes, and Carter Shack due up this half inning. That is 2, 3, and 4 in their order as Max Price gets ready for the second inning of his outing in relief. Price was able to get the only out he needed in that inning. It was a ground ball to third base to get him out of the fourth. Price pitching with a 9-run lead, ready to get things going against Liam Edgar. First pitch to Edgar misses down and away. The count is 1-0. Edgar stayed busy in the last half of the inning. He had back-to-back ground balls hit out to him. Tried to turn 2 on both of them, and eventually they were successful on the second try. Here's a pop fly behind the catcher. Takini gives a good effort, unable to bring it in, and that ball falls behind home plate. The count is 1-1. Edgar doubled and scored in the third. The only other run of the game was added in the first for South Medford. They find themselves down 9. The 1-1 from Price. Line drive, right field, diving for the foul line, and that one will get down in foul territory. Count is 1-2. And Edgar, after racing all the way down to first, has to head on back. That ball just drifted foul down the first base line. Well, we talked plenty about the upcoming schedule for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Of course, their trip to Alaska pending next week, as the pitch to Edgar is a slider misses wide, 2-2. Well, for South Medford, after today, they are off on Sunday and Monday. Their next games are Tuesday when they play the North Jackson Royals, and that game will be right here at South Medford High School, another league doubleheader. Their first non-league contest won't come until after the 1st of July. They'll play at home against Mount Shasta on the 2nd. So not a ton of games on the schedule like there are for the Falcons. These single-A teams don't often play as much as the Falcons do. Here's a ground ball over to short. Shively up with it cleanly. Throw on to first in time. 6-3 in the book is how we start the 5th inning. I'm looking at the schedule for South Medford. I think they only play 3 non-league contests all year, and they're all against Mount Shasta. Everything else is going to be played against league opponents. Like I said, their next one after today would be on Tuesday at home against North Jackson. So settling in now is Cole Johannes, the left-handed hitting second baseman for South Medford. He's 1 for 2 today. Had an RBI single back in the first inning. Otherwise, he flew out in the third. Pitch on the way is in there for a strike. Fastball knee high. And ahead, 0-1 in the count is Max Price. Price works a little bit slower than Safford did, but still keeps the rhythm that he likes. Is another low fastball. That time maybe a little bit below the knees for Johannes. He's asking for clarification, and a home plate umpire gives it to him. But right now, down in the count, 0-2. And the pitch, this time a curveball misses in. And the count is a ball and 2 strikes to Johannes as Price tried to get him to chase the inside breaking ball, but laying off that time. He has to be aware of that pitch low in the zone. He's gotten it called against him twice. He has to protect. The 1-2 from Price. Another ground ball to short. Shively plays it on 2 hops. And another throw on to Hamilton is in time for the out. And here's Carter Shack with 2 away in the 5th. Shack is 0 for 2 today. The starting catcher for South Medford has flown out and struck out in the first and third innings. Shack started the game as the team's leading hitter, but now 0 for 2 is dipped underneath the team's now new leading hitter. Here's a pop fly first base side. Might have to pause this thought as Hamilton makes a catch in foul territory to end the inning. The Colts down in order in the 5th will go to the 6th, and the Falcons lead 11-2 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
Set for the top of the sixth inning here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Through 5, it's the Klamath Falls Falcons who lead 11-2. 11 runs on 13 hits, 1 error for the Falcons. They've left 5 runners on base so far. For South Medford, 2 runs on 5 hits. They've committed 1 error. They've also left 5 runners on base so far. Looks like we are going to get a couple of new faces potentially in the order for the Falcons this half inning. As batting in the 5 hole now is Ian Meyer. It looks like batting in the 6 hole next will be Ryan Glidden, and unsure after that. But Ian Meyer, presumably the new starting or the new third baseman for the Falcons. We'll see how this all affects changes defensively next half inning. But he's coming in for the place where P.J. Safford had been hitting, so safe to expect Meyer to probably take over at third base in the next half inning. But we'll take a look at the season stats for Ian as he gets ready to lead off the top of the 6th inning. Meyer batting .429 through the first 9 games of his summer. In 21 at-bats, Meyer has 9 hits. 2 of them have been doubles, also added a triple earlier this season. Pitch on the way to Meyer, misses high. The count is 1-0. Looked like Peak tried to go with the off-speed pitch, missed upstairs. And the 1-0 on the way to Meyer. That one's hit foul down the third base line. And the count is even to Meyer, 1-1. Ian from Henley High School will be class of 2026, a senior next year. The 1-1 misses high. Again, another curveball that Peak tried to break off. It didn't have any break to it, though, so sailed on it a bit. Meyer stands 5'10" in the right-handed batter's box. Awaits the 2-1 pitch. Here it is, high in the air, left field. Going back is Ackley a few steps before settling underneath it for the out. So 1 away, top of the 6th. And just as I had said, it'll be Ryan Glidden batting in the place of Carson Pimley and likely taking over in right field. Again, we'll confirm that in the next half inning. Ryan Glidden on the season for the Falcons, batting .214, has gotten play in every single game for Klamath Falls this year, although only 4 starts, but making his 11th appearance on the season in 14 at-bats. Glidden with 3 hits and 2 RBI. Comes in here for Pimley, who exits the game 0 for 3. So Glidden trying to get some production out of the 6 hole for the Falcons. First pitch to Glidden, misses high, 1-0. And again, Peak looks like still trying to go for that breaking pitch that is missing high to these right-handed hitters. Hasn't been able to break it off yet this half inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That time it is going to find the outside corner. 0-1, about belt high, maybe a bit above the belt for Glidden. But that outside corner has been open to right-handed hitters all day. They got to be able to protect. It's the 1-1. That one sails high, maybe a bit outside as well. 2-1. Been a lot of room off the outside part of the plate today, but the hitters for the most part have done a good job adjusting to that. It's been the pitch low that they've had a hard time with. Here a pitch high. Glidden pops it up right side of the infield. It's the first baseman, Pepper, who gets called off actually by Johannes. He makes the catch. Thought it looked like the first baseman making the call, but in fact, yeah, Johannes puts that away. F4 in the book, and this will bring up Corbin Hamilton. Falcons lead by 9. It looks like Hamilton's being hit for. Instead, it'll be Chase Barrett batting in the 7 hole. And so with him coming in, expect some other defensive changes, some folks shifting around out there for the Falcons. As Hamilton, again, pinch hit for Barrett. Making a couple notes here. Chase Barrett getting his first at-bat today. 3rd on the team in hitting. .556 coming into the contest. Although a smaller sample size for Chase, this will only be his 10th at-bat of the season. Throwing from the windup will be Gray Peak. And it looks like Sims is still on deck, so this might be where the changes stop for now for the Falcons. Sims on deck in the 8-hole here's the first pitch to Chase Barrett. The looping breaking ball misses outside, 1-0. Barrett does have 2 runs scored already today, as he had been the courtesy runner for Jacoby Tacchini up until this point. And he takes a pitch upstairs, 2-0. He scored runs in the first and third innings after Tacchini reached base each of those times, now getting to swing the bat for the first time today. The 2-0 pitch to Barrett. That fastball is inside the zone, and it's 2-1. Might have been a two-seamer. It is on the inside corner of the plate just below the belt to Barrett. He settles back in a 2-1 count. 2 outs, top of the 6th. Falcons lead 11-2. Goes off speed inside again. This time Peak misses off the inside corner, and Barrett gets ahead 3-1. Barrett keeps his hands low in a 3-1 count. Here's the pitch. That's a curveball. Might have been a slider, something with some bend to it. Regardless, missed outside. And Barrett is aboard on first for the first time today under his own volition with a 2-out walk, and that will bring up Carson Sims. Sims looking for his first base hit today, although he did walk and score in the second inning. Otherwise, he has struck out and flown out in his other 2 plate appearances in the ball game. First pitch to Sims, misses high, 1-0. As Peak has continued to miss high to these right-handed hitters, that's typically one of the first signs that a guy might be close to running out of gas out there. Peak had to take over in just the second inning, probably sooner than South Medford wanted to use him in this game. This pitch is hit in the air, playable in the infield, and the first baseman will make the catch for the out. The Falcons get a single base runner in the 6th inning, but can't do anything with it as we go to the bottom half of the 6th in a 9-run ball game. 11-2 our score on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Bottom of the 6th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports. It's an 11-2 ball game in which the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the South Medford Colts. I want to make a quick note before we get too deep into this half inning. I had mentioned in the last half inning that we could see some defensive changes for the Falcons with guys coming in and getting at bats. It looks like everyone who exited the game has re-entered, and so we still have everyone at the same positions in which they left. Bridger Molesby will step in and promptly get hit by the pitch and get awarded first base to start the bottom of the 6th inning. Second time that he's been hit by a pitch today, second at-bat in a row, actually, that Molesby has taken one. So he'll take a trip to first, and this brings up Oliver Ackley. Ackley 1 for 1 today with an RBI single in the 3rd inning. Otherwise, he was walked in the 1st. Pitch from Price popped up right side of the infield. Hamilton not really having to move too much to put that one away for the first out. Playing in on the infield cut of the grass and making the catch right at that spot is Hamilton. So again, Pimley re-entered the game in right. Safford re-entered the game at 3rd. And was there another one who came in and returned? It was Corbin Hamilton at first who just made that catch. All right. Pitch on the way to Max Ely is a fastball outside corner, and it's an 0-1 count. Ely dissatisfied with the outside strike one call, but he has to settle back in against Max Price. Runner at first is Molesby. Not much of a lead to speak of over there. Is the 0-1 pitch hit in the air, shallow left base hit. And that will advance Gillespie to second. And a single for the first time today for Max Ely gives South Medford their 6th base hit of the ball game, and will bring up Gray Peak. Peak is 0 for 2 today. He flew out to right field, and a ground ball in the 4th inning gives him his 0 for 2 line score. But now as the pitcher, a chance to help himself out a little bit. Again, his guys are down 11-2, but since coming into the game, well, all things considered, Peak hasn't thrown bad at all. Through 5 innings, he's given up 8 hits, 4 runs, each of them earned. He struck out 1 and walked 1. But 4 runs in 5 innings against this Falcons team, well, not many guys have been able to do that this summer so far. We'll leave it at that. First pitch on the way to Peak is in the dirt. Count is 1-0. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit, and you can see the dark clouds overhead here at South Medford High School. We're expecting rain over the next few hours, starting probably in the next half hour or so, or though with how the clouds look right now, it could start sooner than that. 1-0 pitch on the way. Line drive center field. That one is going to be caught by Sims. Runner at second not tagging, and the throw in is going to make it an 8-4 double play. The runner didn't tag, and that will end the inning. As we go to the 7th, the Falcons catch a break, and they will carry a 9-run lead to the 7th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Welcome back to 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. We've got a new pitcher on the mound for South Medford, and we'll take a look at Luke Nash here in just a moment. Other changes, though, for the Colts, at least as I have them so far. Looks like Peak has returned to play first. And in the outfield now in right field is Isaiah Thomas. And I believe that's the only changes that I've seen so far for South Medford. But we'll take a look at the numbers on the season for Luke Nash, who is only making his 2nd appearance of the summer. In his previous 1 2/3 innings pitched, he has an ERA of 16.8. Again, a small sample size, but he gave up 5 hits, and 4 runs in his only outing of the summer so far. For him, it came back on June 18th against Central Point. I believe that was the last doubleheader that South Medford had played in. So here in the top of the 7th inning, it's going to be first pitch taken there for the new batter into the game, Colby Medeiros, hitting in place of Ryan Douglas. Medeiros, tall in the right-handed batter's box, awaits the delivery from Nash. And that one will be taken wide. The count is 1-0. Medeiros heading the count 2-0. The pitch is in around the knees, called a strike. 2-1. Looked to be a fastball there from Luke Nash to try to battle back into this at-bat. 2-1. Max Price still waits on deck for the Falcons. Again, they'll be making probably some changes here, trying to get some guys some at-bats. Medeiros lines one the other way, and it is over the head of the right fielder, Thomas. And Medeiros digging for 2. Could be a close play. He dives in safely. Colby Medeiros with a leadoff double in the 7th inning. Good way to start the frame for the Falcons. Medeiros, the double for him. And I believe that, his first extra base hit of the summer. Speaking of summertime, the rain has started to fall here in Medford. Falling pretty good so far, but nothing enough to throw us off course so far, I think. Here's a fly ball left field. That's way over the head of the left fielder, Ackley, and is going to roll all the way to the wall. Price is going to go ahead and trade places with Medeiros, and an RBI double makes it 12-2 Falcons. For Price, that's his second RBI of the day, and that makes him 3 for 5. And now in steps Connor Shively. Shively 4 for 4 today with 3 RBI. And here's the first pitch. That one misses in the dirt. And I'm going to call time real quick for the catcher to go out and talk to his pitcher real quick. The count is 1-0 to Connor Shively. Like I said, rain has started to fall. Once it did, the forecast says it's supposed to stop till about 4 o'clock. But hopefully we can get a little bit of reprieve to make sure we can finish out and get these ball games in. Although the rain coming down right now doesn't seem to be in too much of jeopardy of putting this game on hold or anything like that. They're really looking forward is to keep the mound and the plate area relatively dry and making sure that everyone is able to stay safe out there, not just going to call the game over a little bit of rainfall. The 1-0 pitch on its way to Shively. Swings at a pitch high out of the zone and pops it up behind home plate. Tough ball to play for the catcher, and that one will go foul. Shively popped that one up. It was in fair territory, but had so much backspin on it that after landing in front of the mound, kicked all the way foul. And so the count now is a ball and a strike to the left-handed hitting shortstop for the Falcons. After Shively in the order, it's Jacoby Tacchini. Shively keeps his knees bent in the left-handed batter's box. The pitcher, Nash, checks the runner at second before delivering home. Shively goes opposite field with it, high in the sky left. Ackley is able to make the catch for the first out, and in turn, that holds Max Price at second and brings up Jacoby Tacchini. Tacchini today is 1 for 3. He reached on an error back in the first inning. He walked in the second, singled in a run in the third, and then reached on a fielder's choice in the fifth. Now with one away and a runner in scoring position, Tacchini awaits the first pitch. It is going to miss in the dirt, get away from the catcher's shack, and roll all the way to the backstop, which allows the runner at second to advance to third. Price now stationed 90 feet away from scoring. A 12-2 ball game, and the Klamath Falls Falcons lead by 10. South Medford fans curious who might be due up in the next half inning. It'll be 9, 1, and 2. At this point, it is Nash, Patrick, and Edgar. 1-0 count to Jacoby Tacchini. Now make it a 2-0 count as that breaking ball misses off the outside. Tacchini, then Colin Tacchini is on deck for the Falcons. Set on the mound is Nash, the right-hander. Delivers home. That pitch also misses low against Jacoby. The count is 3-0. Again, just game one of a doubleheader today, as long as the rain doesn't come down too hard. Second game will probably start about a half hour after this one concludes here at South Medford High School. A 3-1 pitch is in the zone. Strike one. That looked to be a slider. Graced the outside. Tacchini will have to settle back in. Still in a good hitter's count, 3-1. It's up to Nash to try to find the zone. He's missed low the first 3 pitches. That time on the slider, found the outside corner. Now comes set again with the 3-1. Kicks and delivers, misses upstairs with that pitch, and a walk will put runners at the corners for Colin Tacchini. And the Falcons should be afforded a courtesy runner, I believe, with Tacchini still out there, or maybe not, as Colin will get a chance to bat now with P.J. Safford waiting on deck. Runners at the corners for Colin. He already has 4 RBI today, but his last time up grounded into a double play. Here's the pitch to Colin. Off-speed pitch misses wide, 1-0. Tacchini also, along with those 4 RBIs, adding a double back in the third inning, has been one of the harder hit balls today. Hit it all the way to the left field fence Not the only guy to do it now, but he was certainly the first to really square up a ball from South Medford today. An upstairs pitch above the letters called a strike against Takini, and the count is even 1-1 with one out in the seventh inning. The Falcons lead South Medford 12-2. Nash delivers the 1-1 pitch. Takini hits it in the air, left field deep. It is carrying. It is going. It is gone. A 3-run shot for Colin Takini squares another one up to deep left field for his first home run of the ball game. The Klamath Falls Falcons now lead 15-2. Second home run for the Falcons on the season, and Colin Takini joining Carson Pimley as Falcons to leave the yard. And again, Klamath Falls now up 15-2. So bring up P.J. Safford with one out in the inning. Safford 1 for 3 today with an RBI single coming in the first inning. Otherwise, he has flown out twice today. Ian Meyer hitting this spot back in the sixth inning, but Safford has since re-entered the game as he takes a pitch high, 1-0. Safford got the start on the hill today for the Falcons, and although he is not on the hook for the win, he sends a line shot to left field. That gets down in front of the left fielder Ackley for a one-out base hit for the Falcons. Wanted to read you off PJ's final line score before he finished off his at-bat, but took advantage of a pitch over the middle and sent it to left field. Still want to do so and highlight PJ a little bit as Carson Pimley steps into the right-handed batter's box for the Falcons. Now Safford, who stands at first, exited the game as a starter after 3 2/3 innings pitched, 5 runs, 2 runs, 1 earned, and he struck out 4. That pitch is taken off the inside part of the plate, maybe a little bit upstairs to Pimley. The count 1-0, still 1 out in the inning, and a runner at first is P.J. Safford. Pitch on the way to Pimley is taken below the knees, called a strike, 1-1. And on deck is Corbin Hamilton for the Falcons. And back on the rubber is Luke Nash. He looks in, settles, and delivers the 1-1 pitch. It is ripped foul down the third base side. Count is 1-2 to Carson Pimley. Pimley got the start in right field today, still patrols that position. 1-2 on the way from Nash. Here it comes. Looked off speed. Pimley takes advantage of it, gives it a ride deep to left field. Moving over is the left fielder and makes the catch for the second out. Out by the warning track, Ackley brings it in. Had to go a long way for it, but that will bring up Corbin Hamilton. Falcons have already scored 4 runs in this inning, 3 of them on the 3-run homer for Colin Takini, and a chance at more if Corbin Hamilton can find a way to get on base. P.J. Safford is aboard at first, has a fairly aggressive lead with 2 outs, and the first pitch to Corbin is going to miss high in around his eye level. The count is 1-0 to Corbin. Corbin singled and scored in the 4th inning, otherwise a fly out and a ground out in the first and second innings. Here's the 1-0 to Hamilton. Line drive to the shortstop, and that is caught by Edgar out at short, and that will end the inning. But like I said, 4 runs in the 7th for the Falcons, and 3 of them come on the 3-run homer for Colin Takini. They'll carry a 15-2 lead to the bottom of the 7th. Back after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. powering your greatness.
Getting ready for the last of the 7th, and the home team trails the Klamath Falls Falcons 15-2. The South Medford Colts will have Luke Nash, Randy Patrick, and Liam Edgar do up this half inning, 9-1-2 in their order against Max Price, who's cruising right along. If the Falcons can find a way to hold on, he would be in line for the win. We have to wait for the home plate to get brushed off real quick. The rain has subsided at least momentarily here in the Rogue Valley. It was coming down fairly decent for most of the 6th inning and the top half of the 7th, but during our commercial break, looks like it's mostly stopped. Here's the first pitch, and it misses in the dirt. 1-0, the count to Luke Nash, who is 0 for 2 in the ball game. He struck out in the 2nd and 5th innings. Nash started the game as the right fielder, has since come in to pitch as he takes strike one, a fastball hard of the plate. Nash is the 3rd pitcher that the Colts have used in this ball game, and it's been pretty hard to figure out the Falcons so far today as that pitch sails on Price a bit, 2-1. Again, I will say, though, for what it's worth, the guy they used in the middle, Gray Peak, did a decent job in the middle 5 innings of the ball game. Gave up 4 runs, yes, but when you talk about how good the Falcons have been all season, that's pretty impressive to give up 4 hits or 4 runs. All of them were manufactured against the Falcons in that time span. They scored 3 in the 1st, 1 in the 4th, and then goose eggs in the 5th and 6th. Right now, the 2-2 pitch on the way to Nash is going to miss wide. The count is 3-2. Keep the Falcons scoreless in back-to-back frames. And even though you'd be on the hook for a loss as a team, still individually probably feel pretty decent if you're Gray Peak, as that pitch misses upstairs. And a full count walk issued to Luke Nash to start the 7th inning. He'll get on base back to the top of the order for Randy Patrick. Patrick 1 for 3 today. He singled and scored in the 1st, has since grounded out in each of his last 2 at-bats. Small lead off of first for Nash, not much to speak of, and a first pitch strike called as Price goes inside fastball in the first pitch to Patrick. After Patrick, it's Liam Edgar on deck for the South Medford Colts. Price looks in, gets the sign from Takini, comes set. Not a high leg kick from Price, but good velocity on the fastball that finds the outer third. 0-2, the count to Patrick. Trying to find a way to get on base. Patrick bats .286 this summer for the Colts. He's played and started in every game for South Medford this year. Now has to widen out his stance a bit in a 2-strike count as he watches ball 1 sail high. 1-2. Patrick does lead the team in singles, though. He's got 5 of those this season. Everyone else has mixed in a few extra base hits. Patrick has only got singles so far, but this time he's hit by a pitch. And now in the team lead for being hit by a pitch as well is Patrick. He's been hit 3 times this season, and he's the new team leader in that statistic as well. That will advance Nash to second. And with nobody out and 2 on, here's Liam Edgar. Edgar so far today is 1 for 3, a double in the 3rd. He would later score a run. Takes a pitch above his head. The count is now 1-0. Edgar batting .250 this season for the South Medford Colts. The double he had earlier was his first extra base hit of the season as he fouls off that pitch 0-1. Edgar only has 1 other hit, and it was a single that did not happen during this game. So small sample size for him as he looks down Max Price in a 1-1 count. The pitch might have been off speed, but it certainly missed upstairs. The count is now 2-1 to Edgar, with Cole Johannes waiting on deck for South Medford. Almost no lead at first for Patrick, and a fairly aggressive lead out at second for Nash, as the 2-1 also misses high. Price falls behind 3-1. It was a walk to start this inning, followed by a hit batsman to put 2 on with nobody out. And Price now in danger of walking Edgar. He's got to come in the zone on a 3-1 count, and this is hit in the air, shallow center field. The center fielder, Sims, will make the call and make the catch for the first out in the 7th inning. Here's Cole Johannes now for South Medford, 1 for 3 today. Johannes singled in a run in the first inning, has since flown out and grounded out in the 3rd and 5th innings. But still 2 runners on, 1 in scoring position, that's Nash. And the South Medford Colts trail Klamath Falls 15-2. Still a tall mountain to climb for South Medford. Now with down to their final 2 outs. There's a foul ball. It hit off the top of home plate. The count is 0-1 to Cole Johannes. He bats .300 on the season for South Medford. He's got 1 triple on the season. That puts him in the tie for the team lead. Only other guy with 1 is number 7 on the team, Brady Clark. Haven't seen him in action today. The 0-1 fouled off, 0-2. As a team, South Medford hitting .304 coming into play today. Now, you compare that to the offensive statistics for the Klamath Falls Falcons, who as a team are hitting .394, 90 points better than the South Medford Colts. Right now, Johannes down in the count 0-2, and he'll stay alive 1-2 as the fastball sails high and away to the left-handed hitting second baseman for South Medford. On deck is Carter Shack. Price set with the 1-2 pitch. Steps and delivers, misses high again. Count runs to 2-2. Johannes, the left-hander, is class of 27 for South Medford High School. The 2-2 is swung on and missed. Looked like it might have been a changeup there for Price to get the strikeout. Johannes goes down as the second casualty in the 7th inning. And here's Carter Shack. Shack is 0 for 3 today. Has flown out twice and struck out once. And he is the last hope for South Medford here in the opener of a doubleheader. Here he hits one to left field, and making the catch on the run is Ryan Douglas to end the ball game. The Klamath Falls Falcons come to Medford, and they take the opener 15-2. We'll be back to recap this one for you, get you set for the nightcap this afternoon from South Medford High School on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Game one of a doubleheader is concluded here from South Medford High School, and the Klamath Falls Falcons come away with a 15-2 victory. For the Falcons, 15 runs on 17 hits. They commit one error, and they leave 7 runners on base. For South Medford, 2 runs on 6 hits. They commit 1 error, and they leave 6 runners on base. The winning pitcher today is Max Price, who pitched 3 1/3 innings, giving up 1 hit. He walked 1 and struck out 1. The losing pitcher today is Montgomery Pepper of the South Medford Colts, who pitched 1 inning, gave up 5 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned. He walked 2 and did not record a strikeout. 3 other pitchers pitched in today's ball game. If you want to see the final line scores on them, be sure to check out mybasin.com, where we upload full box scores and post-game reports about the game. But let's give you some offensive notables today for Klamath Falls. A 3-for-5 day for Max Price saw him record an RBI. He also knocked in a double. Connor Shively was 4 of 5 today with 2 RBIs, 3 runs scored, and a double. Let's see, Colin Takini was 4 for 5 today. 7 RBI, had the 3-run home run, also mixed in a double in there for Takini, setting a new team-high single-game RBI today at 7 for the Falcons. They were also helped out with base hits from Hamilton, Douglas, and Medeiros. Some notables for South Medford, few and far between, but a 1-for-3 day for Patrick, 1-for-4 day for Cole Johannes. He knocked in a run, and a 1-for-2 day for Oliver Ackley. He also knocked in a run for South Medford. The only extra base hit of the day went to Liam Edgar, who finished 1-for-3. Well, again, final score here in Game 1, 15-2, the second of a doubleheader, just about 20 minutes away. So for those of you watching on mybasin.com, you can stay put. We're going to be live right here on this very same link in about 15 or 20 minutes. For those of you who are listening on the radio on 104.3 and 960, we're going to return you to normal Fox Sports radio programming for about 15 minutes before we welcome you back to South Medford High School for Game 2. Until then, though, my name is Josh Eldridge. Hope you have a nice rest of your Saturday afternoon if you're only joining us for the opener. Otherwise, we'll see you soon. Back in a minute from South Medford High School. Hello, baseball fans, and welcome back to Klamath Falls Falcons baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Getting ready for the nightcap between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the South Medford Colts. The opener went the way of the Falcons, 15-2, and behind the right-handed arm of Colin Takini, the Falcons are looking to charge ahead to their 6th consecutive win of the season. We're going to step aside real briefly. When we come back, the teams will have taken the field, and we'll introduce you to the starting lineups. That's all coming up on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside, it's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Already one pitch into this ball game, and it's a 1-0 count to Max Price as he is the leadoff hitter for the Falcons today. And he'll take a strike. The count is 1-1. The right-hander on the mound for South Medford is Max Ely. He goes up against the Falcons order that goes like this. Max Price leads off. Connor Shively bats second at shortstop. 1-1 pitch misses low. After Shively, it's Jacoby Takini who catches. Colin Takini, the pitcher, bats fourth. P.J. Safford at third base, batting fifth. Carson Sims in center field, hitting sixth. Corbin Hamilton, the first baseman, bats seventh, followed by Ryan Glidden and Ryan Douglas in right and left field. The 2-1 in the zone. The count is 2-2. Max Ely, the right-hander for South Medford, making his third start of the summer, has yet to pick up a decision either way, though, as he's ready to fire in the 2-2 pitch to Max Price. That one misses low and away. The count is full, 3-2. He's given up 3 hits in 8 innings of work and an ERA of .875 as the 3-2 is popped into the air right side. Coming in is Thomas, the right fielder. He's called off by the second baseman, Malespi, who makes the catch for the first out. This will bring up Connor Shively for the Klamath Falls Falcons. An outstanding game in the opener. Shively was 4 of 5 with 2 RBI and a double. Really, the Falcons as a whole played very well in the opener today, in which they won 15-2. Here's the first pitch to Shively, and a line drive right back into center field. Shively picking up right where he left off in the opener, and a single here in the first inning of our nightcap. Now brings up Jacoby Takini for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Takini in our opener today waited until the third inning to pick up his first base hit. It was an RBI single, but he reached base every single time he came around to hit. Whether it was an error, a walk, a fielder's choice, Jacoby Takini reached first base. First pitch to him here, watches a breaking ball miss outside. The count is 1-0. They try to backdoor Shively at first, but the throw winds up in right field. Shively thought about getting up and running to second base, but then thought better of it. He'll stay put there at first, and the count will be 1-0 to Jacoby Takini. Had a little bit of rain today in Medford so far. Rain in the forecast for the next couple of hours. 61 degrees here from South Medford High School. Count is 1-0 to Jacoby Takini. The delivery on its way, misses upstairs. 2-0 the count to Takini. Colin Takini waits on deck. Jacoby gathers a sign from Coach Sean Teeters down the third base line. First-year head coach of the Klamath Falls Falcons. Was also the Skyline Conference Coach of the Year in his first season as the undisputed head man of the Henley Hornets. As the 2-0 was an off-speed pitch that was swung on and missed, though. 2-1 the count as Connor Shively went ahead and stole second on that pitch. And he is now in scoring position. The count 2-1 to Takini at the plate. But a man now in scoring position with just one out in the top of the first inning. Offering on the way to Takini. The slider that Takini goes after, and that should be strike 2. Count is now even to Takini. And not a guy who strikes out a ton. Jacoby has only struck out 2 other times this season, but now in danger, has to choke up on the bat in a 2-strike count. Delivery on its way from Max Ely after checking the runner at second. That's Shively. The delivery home is fought off and foul. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Going around the diamond for the South Medford Colts. Shaq is catching for the second consecutive game today. Johannes at third, Edgar at short, Gillespie at second with Pepper at first. And we'll get in the outfield after the 2-2 pitch home to Jacoby Takini. Here it comes. Another off-speed pitch and another foul ball from Jacoby Takini. Staying alive in this at-bat. Count remains 2-2. Oliver Ackley's in left. Randy Patrick is in center. And Isaiah Thomas is in right field for the South Medford Colts. Ready again for the 2-2. Ely looks in, shakes off the first sign delivered. Now comes set. The 2-2 pitch. Another curveball. Takini chases the curveball and goes down on strikes for the second out in the first inning. This will bring up Colin Takini, the cleanup hitter for the Falcons. Colin looking to replicate his performance in the opener today. Takini was 4 for 5. He had 7 RBIs and a 3-run homer in the 7th inning of that game. Really helped him pad those numbers a little bit. Sent it over the left center field fence where you can see the campus of South Medford High School sits. He takes a curveball, 0-1. Takini's 7 RBIs in that game earlier today marked a new single-game high for a Falcons player this season. Here's the the 0-1 pitch, to Colin as Ely delivers, popped up, out of play. The count is 0-2. On deck is P.J. Safford for the Falcons, hoping a chance to hit this inning. And Colin Takini had that double as well in the 3rd inning of our opener. He's been really seeing the ball well today against South Medford. Now in a 2-strike count. Here's the pitch. That one came in and got Takini, and he will go ahead and take first. And this will bring up P.J. Safford. Shively stays put out at second as Safford gets ready to swing now for the Falcons. Safford earlier today was 2 for 4. RBI single in the 1st. He singled again in the 7th. Otherwise mixed in a couple flyouts in there. Safford bats with 2 on and 2 out. Scoreless top of the 1st inning. First pitch swinging, ground ball sent out towards shortstop. Edgar comes up with it. The throw on to first is in time, and that will end the inning. The Falcons get 2 base runners, but they can't get a run across as we go to the bottom half of the first. Scoreless on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever. Wondering if you're good.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Getting set for the bottom of the first inning in Game 2 of a doubleheader between the Klamath Falls Falcons and the South Medford Colts here in the bottom of the first. Still scoreless, only just getting going as Colin Takini finishes his warm-up tosses, the right-hander from Lakeview High School, getting the start for the Falcons in this contest. Taking a look at the numbers for Colin, this will be his third start of the summer, carries a 1-0 record. In 10 2/3 innings pitched, he's given up 8 hits and 5 runs. He struck out 10 batters, good enough for an ERA of 2.62 for Colin. He'll go up against a South Medford order that goes like this. Leading off and in center field is Randy Patrick. Liam Edgar, the shortstop, bats second. Cole Johannes, the third baseman, hits third. Carter Shack, the catcher, hitting cleanup. Batting fifth is Bridger Gillespie, the second baseman. Oliver Ackley, the left fielder, bats sixth. Hitting seventh is the starting pitcher for South Medford, Max Ely. Montgomery Pepper, the first baseman, batting eighth. And Isaiah Thomas, the starting right fielder, rounds out the Colts order. Around the diamond for the Klamath Falls Falcons, Jacoby Takini is catching. P.J. Safford at third. Connor Shively at short. Max Price plays second. Corbin Hamilton is at first. Ryan Douglas in left. Carson Sims in center. And Ryan Glidden in right for the Falcons. Nearly ready for the bottom of the first inning. Couple other games, I believe, going on in our league today. We can check on some other scores or some other games that are scheduled to be played a little bit later on. Central Point gets their tournament started in Fairbanks later on today. That game is scheduled to start in about an hour. One other game going on right now is North Medford and Grants Pass. And as we check the score in that game, it is North Medford who leads Grants Pass in the bottom of the fifth, 11-3. First pitch from Colin Takini, popped up by Randy Patrick in foul territory, and one pitch and one out in the bottom of the first inning. We'll keep you updated on that North Medford and Grants Pass score as we move along tonight. And it looks like that is the only other game going on in our league this evening. So one out in the bottom of the first, and this will bring up Liam Edgar. Edgar batting from the right side, and he awaits the first pitch from Colin Takini. It's a curveball that misses off the plate outside. The count is 1-0. Looking at the first game for Edgar, he was 1 for 4. He did have a double in the third inning of that contest. Here, a ground ball sent out to short. Connor Shively knocks it down, but won't be able to make the play. Took kind of an awkward hop on him. Started to look like it was just going to roll right into his glove, but then skipped up. Knocked it down off his chest, but safe at first is Liam Edgar. And this will bring up Cole Johannes. Johannes in the opener today was 1 for 4 as well. An RBI single in the first inning, and then after that was hitless in the contest. Gets his first look at Colin Takini here. The first pitch on its way. Taken knee high for a strike. The count is 0-1. Left-handed hitter for South Medford, now getting the start at third base. After starting the opener today, I believe at second, he takes that one high. The count is 1-1. Utility guy for the South Medford Colts was up with the South Medford junior varsity squad for most of his prep season. Move over to first, back safely is Edgar. Junior varsity squad for South Medford won a ton of games this year, only lost 3 times and beat most of their opponents via the run rule. And the 1-1 pitch, we're going to have to wait as Edgar makes a move to try to steal second. He is out. Extremely aggressive on the base paths, and I think they're going to try to say that Colin Takini committed a balk, so the runner is safe. And Edgar in scoring position after the balk from Takini. So after a bit of confusion, there was some discussion between the umpires, but it looks like ready to go. And a 1-1 count to Johannes. Now runner in scoring position. And 1 out. Here's the pitch on the way, and that one is fouled back. The count of ball and 2 strikes to Johannes. So he has an early RBI opportunity for his team here as South Medford trying to stem the tide a little bit. Losers of 4 straight, but an RBI from Johannes would go a long way. He bats .292 this season for South Medford. The 1-2 pitch is popped up towards the third base dugout. It will drift out of play. The count remains 1-2. Talked a little bit about South Medford's 4-game losing streak coming into this game. Won most recently against the Falcons 15-2 earlier today. They were swept in a doubleheader back on the 18th against Central Point, where they lost 23-4 and 2-0. They also lost the nightcap against North Medford earlier this season, 8-0. Takini goes upstairs with a fastball. Johannes chases, and that'll be the second out in the first inning, bringing up Carter Shack. Shack getting ready to step in earlier today for the catcher for South Medford. Shack was 0 for 3, a couple of flyouts and a strikeout on the ledger for him. Before the 4-game losing streak for South Medford, they actually won their first 3 games of the summer. 2 against Grants Pass back on the 12th, 10-4 and 18-1. And like I said, they split against North Medford, winning the opener 8-4. A nice curveball finds the zone from Colin Takini. It's 0-1. Takini started that in on the hands of the right-handed hitting Shack, and it broke across the plate in the zone. And now the 0-1 pitch on the way. Goes curveball again, and again finds the outside corner. Nice pitch going off speed to get ahead. Colin Takini can go just about anywhere in an 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. Another curveball. This time, Shack got a piece of it. And the count is 0-2. On deck is Bridger Malesby if he gets a chance to bat this half inning for South Medford. Still scoreless, bottom of the first inning. Game 2 of a doubleheader in area play for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Takini set with the 0-2, goes fastball and gets a swing and a miss, punching out the last 2 guys to get out of the inning. And we'll still be scoreless going to the second next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Set for the top of the second inning, and the Klamath Falls Falcons still looking for their first run against the South Medford Colts. It'll be Carson Sims, Corbin Hamilton, and Ryan Glidden to try to get the job done for the fellas in red today. The Falcons wearing their gray pants on the road, Falcons written across their red jerseys in blue cursive text and white trim. South Medford Colts today in their home white uniforms, Colts written across their chest in bold blue text with a black outline. Of course, every player on this roster playing with the South Medford Panthers during the prep season, and of course bearing those teams' colors here in the Legion campaign. As Carson Sims gets set to bat now for the Falcons. Sims in the opener today was 0 for 3, but he did walk and score in the second inning. First pitch on the way to Sims is hit to the left side of the infield. Edgar comes up with it. Going to be a close play at first. Sims beats out the infield single to get us started in the first inning. Hustling down the line on what would otherwise be a routine ground ball. Sims, a nice job to get on base and getting the Falcons their second hit of the game. This will bring up Corbin Hamilton, getting the start at first base today. Hamilton, you look back to the opener today, Hamilton was 1 for 3, had a single and scored a run in the 4th inning. Otherwise, he flew out, grounded out, and walked in his other plate appearances. Here he takes strike 1 on the outside corner. Looked to be the fastball in around the letters on the outside part of the plate. Hamilton falls behind with nobody out in the inning, 0-1. Max Ely takes a look at the runner at first before coming set. Not a huge lead for Sims off of first, but here's the delivery. 0-1 curveball in the dirt. Count even now to Hamilton with Ryan Glidden waiting on deck for the Klamath Falls Falcons. First baseman Pepper holding the runner at first. Sims takes another half-step lead as Ely comes set. The 1-1 pitch home. Hamilton lifts it into the air to right center field. The right fielder Thomas will move over to make the catch. Sims nearly not getting back in time to tag, but he does. So he's safe there at first. 1 out in the inning now for Ryan Glidden. Ryan Glidden did get 1 at-bat in the opener today. Came in about halfway through as a replacement for Carson Pimley, but wound up 0 for 1 on a flyout to second base. Now, chance at a fuller game for Glidden. Get to ease into this one a little bit more and having his first at-bat here in the top of the second. First pitch to Glidden is in the dirt. A curveball doesn't make it to the plate from Ely. Nice job, though, by the catcher Shack to keep it in front of him. The count is 1-0 to the starting right fielder for the Falcons, Ryan Glidden. The only guy who has graduated high school for the Falcons on their roster today, class of 25 for Klamath Union High School. So 1-0 pitch on the way to Glidden. That one misses below the knees, maybe a touch outside as well, 2-0. Along with being the oldest player on the roster, Glidden joined by one other Klamath Union teammate. That's P.J. Safford, who we've seen already once today. And also joined by his brother on the team, that's Hunter Glidden. That pitch nearly came in and got Ryan. The count 3-0 in on his hands. Had to bend out of the way of it like he's in the Matrix, but he's ahead in the count 3-0. Small lead off of first for Sims. Not much to speak of. The 3-0 home is going to miss high, and Glidden working a walk with 1 out in the inning. Moves a runner into scoring position and brings Ryan Douglas up to the plate. Douglas in the opener today was 1 for 3, pardon me. He was hit by a pitch in the second inning, came around to score, and he doubled and came in to score in the 7th inning. Actually led off the 7th inning for the Falcons in the opener, an inning in which Falcons scored 4 runs en route to a 15-2 victory. First pitch in the dirt, gets to the backstop. Sims will move to third. Glidden moves to second on the wild pitch. And now a perfect RBI opportunity for Ryan Douglas with 2 men in scoring position and only 1 out. If you're able to lift a ball out to the outfield here, gives Sims a chance to score. Of course, you'd love to get a base hit here for Douglas, but any run will do in the top of the second inning. Ely set. Gets the signal, takes his time after coming set, now delivers the pitch. The 1-0 is popped out of play behind third towards the softball diamond, and the count is even. 1-1 to Ryan Douglas. Douglas, class of 26 at Henley High School. He'll be a senior next year. Pitch on the way to Douglas. A curveball just misses inside. It'll be 2-1. That was a really good breaking ball from Max Ely, and Douglas, I think, feels like he probably got away with that take. The count is 2 balls and a strike. Ely set once more. And the pitch. That time a fastball ripped down the third base line, but foul. The count is still 2-2. After Douglas in the order, lineup turns over for Max Price back at the top. Rain still coming down a little bit here in Medford, just a sprinkle right now. Overcast skies and 61 degrees. The 2-2 hit on the ground to third. Picked up by Johannes. He'll go to first for 1. The throw takes the first baseman off the bag for a moment, and the Falcons are going to be turned into a double play. A 5-3 put out at first. Sims broke for the plate standing at third and is tagged out, not sliding in, and that will end the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the second, still looking for our first run on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
Set for the bottom of the second inning. 5, 6, and 7 due up for South Medford in this half against Colin Takini. That's Bridger Molesby, Oliver Ackley, and Max Ely. Again, still looking for our first score. The Falcons were knocking on the door with nobody out, or with one out and two men in scoring position. But a 5-3-2 double play ended that inning. And now Colin Takini going to have to refocus up and try to keep this game scoreless going through the teeth of the Colts order. Bridger Molesby steps in now, batting from the right side. Molesby was 1 for 1 in the opener today, but he reached base 3 times as he takes a fastball in around the knees for strike 1. Along with that single in the first inning for Molesby, he was also hit by a pitch twice in the third and sixth innings. Here he takes an off-speed pitch outside. The count is now even at 1-1. Molesby is class of 27 for the South Medford Panthers. 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed. 0-2. Takini goes for the fastball up middle of the zone there, but upstairs for sure over the middle of the plate. The count now 1-2 to Molesby. And Takini delivers. Same location. This time a line drive the other way into center field for a base hit, and that's how we get started in the bottom of the second inning. Oliver Ackley getting ready to bat now for the Colts after the leadoff single. Ackley in the opener today was 1 for 2, had an RBI single in the third inning of that game. Otherwise, he grounded out in the sixth, and he was walked in the first. Getting on base, would eventually be left stranded there, though, in that inning. Move over to first, but back safely is Molesby. Ackley starting in left field for South Medford as he awaits the first pitch from Colin Takini. He shows bunt. That pitch misses low below the knees, 1-0. Ackley on the season bats .333 for South Medford. But a good start to his summer so far as Takini readies with the 1-0 pitch. Goes curveball. The bunt gets laid down this time. Rolled right out to Colin. He'll take it to first for the only out he can get. But it does advance Molesby to second with 1 out in the inning. And now the pitcher bats for South Medford. It's Max Ely. Max Ely in the first game today was 1 for 3. He struck out in the first, flew out in the third, but in his final at-bat in the sixth inning, he did reach on a single, but was eventually rolled into a double play. Here's the pitch home. It's going to miss in around the hands. Looked to be a fastball from Takini inside. Count 1-0 to Ely. Montgomery Pepper is on deck for the Colts. Takini takes a look at the runner at second before coming set. Respectable lead off a second for Molesby as that pitch misses in the dirt. Jacoby Takini knocks it down. The All-State All-Conference catcher being a backstop. And he'll call time, walk the ball back out to Colin. Gives us a quick opportunity to remind you that the Klamath Falls Falcons are hitting the road Monday afternoon. They're taking a trip to Alaska where they will play 3 games, potentially 3 games. 3 games for sure, potentially 4 in Wasilla. against Palmer, the team from Wasilla, and against Madisonville, Kentucky. Then they'll move on to Anchorage, the mid-season 529 Classic, where they'll play teams from Anchorage and Kenai and Chugiak, Alaska, all kinds of places as the Falcons leave stateside for the only time this summer, I believe. That'll start next week. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Line drive, third base by Safford, and that gets into left, a base hit. They're waving in Gillespie. He will score. That ball rolls all the way into the corner. Pulling up at second with a double is Max Ely, and the Colts strike first. In the bottom of the second inning, they lead the Falcons 1-0. RBI double there from the pitcher. Ely helps out his own cause a little bit. And here's Montgomery Pepper. By the way, we're going to have a courtesy runner come in for Ely. It looks like Luke Nash is going to be out there at second base. So Tacchini's given up the first run of the ball game, and Pepper trying to add to it for South Medford. As Colin comes set, checks the runner at second. Decent lead for Nash off the bag. He'll take a half step back before Tacchini delivers a first pitch breaking ball for a strike. A curveball looked to be off the outside part of the plate, but Pepper down in the count 0-1. The second baseman, Max Price, making sure that Nash stays honest out there. It takes another half step back to the bag as Tacchini fires in a fastball that swung on and missed 0-2. I don't know if Nash is just taking a step back or if he's more or less just kind of dancing around out there, taking his lead at second. Goes forward, goes back, then takes a secondary lead as a curveball misses upstairs. 1-2 the count to Pepper. I think that Nash is just sort of trying to be a nuisance out there in scoring position, but sometimes you do that, it can distract your hitter at the plate. So the 2-strike count, you might tone that down a bit. 1-2 pitch home. Fastball hard of the plate, taken the other way. Glidden comes in, makes the catch on the run. A nice play there by Glidden, having to pick that one off his shoelaces to make the catch for the second out. Staying put at second is Ely, and here comes Isaiah Thomas to bat for the South Medford Colts. Was talking to some of the fans of South Medford before this nightcap got started as Isaiah Thomas gets ready to step in. Isaiah Thomas, they call him Big Worm over there for South Medford. He's actually got his own business with a sign out in the outfield. Here he pops one up right side. Corbin Hamilton gets under it. Might have to continue that thought on Isaiah Thomas till his next at-bat because it's truly an interesting story. We'll talk about it a little bit later on. But South Medford scored our first run of the ball game this half inning. 2 hits, and the RBI double from Max Ely pushes the Colts up 1-0. Going to the third next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
Set for the top of the third inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Falcons baseball continues here at South Medford High School, and they trail 1-0 against the Colts. The first pitch is a breaking ball that is about belt high off the outside part of the plate, called strike 1 to Max Price, who's 0 for 1 today. He popped out to second base back in the first inning. Max Ely into his third inning of a start today. Fires in the 0-1 pitch to Price, who checks his swing and rolls one foul down the third base side. Count is 0-2. Max Ely, the man on the mound for South Medford, coming up last half inning at the plate, getting his team their first run across the board with an RBI double. Now his task is to keep the Falcons at bay as the Colts lead 1-0. Pitch on the way to Max Price. Misses off the plate and low. Picked up some dirt with it. The count is 1-2 to Max. In the opener, Max Price was 3 for 5. Had 2 RBI and a double in that game. The 1-2 to Max here is looked at for ball 2. Good job laying off the curveball. Really designed to try to get Max to chase that pitch out of the zone. But veteran take there for Max as he gets even in the count, 2-2. The pitch is an upstairs fastball. It takes it right back up the middle into center field and a base hit. Way to be patient there for Price. Saw a pitch he liked and took advantage of it with a leadoff single in the top of the 3rd inning. That'll bring up Connor Shively, who is 1 for 1 today, and that single that Shively had in the 1st inning extended his current game hitting streak to 11 games for Connor. He is seeing the ball well lately. But now his task is simple. Get Max Price into scoring position for the middle of the order. We'll see how they do it. Move over to first. Price is back safely. Shively's the kind of guy who's versatile, can just about do it all. So you can be a little bit creative, find the best way you think you can move Max over to scoring position. You might as well just let Shively swing away, too. That's always a solid option for Coach Teeter's squad. Here's the first pitch to Shively. It's a breaking ball upstairs, 1-0. Connor Shively earned his 3rd straight all-conference honor with the Henley Hornets this past spring, although his 3rd all-conference honor was at his 3rd different position that Shively has played throughout his high school career. The 1-0 pitch to Shive is hit the other way with the wind. That's going to push it well foul. And the count is now 1-1. Shively was an all-conference utility player as a freshman, all-conference and all-state catcher his sophomore season, and was an all-conference shortstop out of the Skyline this year as well. 3 straight years, 3 separate positions. That's pretty impressive for a guy like Shively. He hits a ground ball to the right side of the infield, and it gets through. Max Price is going to take a turnaround second. He gets into third. Shively's 2 for 2 today, and he puts runners at the corners for the middle of the order. Jacoby Tacchini set to hit now for Klamath Falls. Back-to-back singles. The Falcons trail by 1, trying to get themselves back even, and that runner stands at third. Coach Sean Teeters offers up the signs to Jacoby Tacchini. Coach Teeters, again, was the Skyline Conference Coach of the Year in his first full season as Henley head coach. Has been a member of the coaching staff for quite some time, working under Coach Joe Tacchini. But this past spring, Coach Tacchini really handing the full reins over to Coach Teeters and allowing him to take over the program and led the Hornets to their 2nd semifinal in a row. Here's the pitch to Tacchini, an inside fastball called a strike. On the move is Shively. The throw down to second, kicks away from the second baseman Gillespie, allowing Price to score from third. And just like that, we are tied, and the Falcons have another runner in scoring position, knotted up at 1 in the top of the 3rd inning. Like I said, that pitch to Jacoby was called a strike, the inside fastball. So Tacchini settles back in. Now with an RBI opportunity and a chance to take the lead. Here's a line drive right side, foul ball. Just went foul, and that would have been a sure thing RBI for Tacchini, but now he'll have to go back to the plate down in the count 0-2. After Jacoby in the Falcons order, it's Colin Tacchini due up next for the Klamath Falls Falcons. And the wind continues to blow. It's blowing back in from the outfield, back in from left field, really. So balls are going to start to die a little bit out there. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Jacoby. Delivered from Ely, goes off speed outside, gets by the catcher, rolls to the backstop, and that's going to allow Shively to advance to third. Now 90 feet away from taking the lead. The Klamath Falls Falcons, still nobody out in the inning. And Tacchini battling back. Count is a ball and 2 strikes. Jacoby, starting catcher today for the Falcons, settles back in for a 2-strike count. The pitch from Ely, hit in the air left field. Ackley moving over towards the foul line will make the catch. Shively tagging from third. and he will get in there safely, and the Falcons take a 2-1 lead in the top of the third inning off the sacrifice fly from Jacoby Tacchini. Well, if there's any silver lining now for South Medford and Max Ely, it's that the bases are empty with one out. You can go right after Colin Tacchini. And by the way, there for Jacoby, that is RBI number 10 for him, number 11 for him on the season. Picking up that sacrifice is the first pitch into Colin Tacchini. Misses below the knees. The count is 1-0. Colin was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat. Takes a fastball upstairs there, 2-0. He's getting the start on the mound as well. A chance to start a brand new rally for the Falcons, who, like I said, have already scored twice this inning, but now the bases are empty. Colin's going to do just that with a single to left field, and he will get on with one out in the inning. Nice piece of hitting there for Colin Tacchini. Line drive left field. And in steps P.J. Safford. Safford's 0 for 1 in this ball game. Grounded out to short in the first. Earlier today, though, P.J. was getting the start on the mound. Pitched 3 2/3 innings, I believe, but wasn't on hook for the decision. Runner on the move to second. Colin Tacchini slides around the tag, and he is in safely. Tacchini sliding on the outside to dodge the tag, and in there with a stolen base. And I believe that was called a ball. 1-0. The count to P.J. Safford. For Colin, that is his third stolen base of the summer. Still perfect around the base paths for Colin as that pitch misses low. Picked up some dirt to P.J. Safford. The count is 2-0. That's the 22nd stolen base for the Falcons as a team this season. The 2-0 pitch to Ely as he checks the runner at second before motioning home. The 2-0 is an off-speed pitch. Looked to be a slider, maybe a changeup. Missed outside. The count is 3-0. South Medford's pitching staff starting to feel squeezed a little bit. That pitch looked good off the outside corner of the plate. Maybe a bit upstairs if it missed anywhere. But now the count 3-0 to Safford. Ely again takes a look at Colin at second before delivering home. That's a strike delivered to Safford. About knee-high outside part of the plate. And Ely starting to battle back into this at-bat. Carson Sims is on deck for the Falcons. Ely kicks and fires. That's an off-speed pitch. Misses well outside. And will be a walk to P.J. Safford. And it brings up Carson Sims with 2 on and 1 out in the top of the third inning. We're going to have an appearance from the South Medford coach, Jed Sellers, before we see this at-bat for Carson Sims. I was talking a little bit earlier about the upcoming trip to Alaska for the Klamath Falls Falcons. They depart on Monday afternoon, and they don't return for a week, coming back on June the 30th. And then they have a game against Grants Pass at home on July 1st. So a ton of games over the next week and a half or so for the Falcons. We'll have your coverage at all of it, and our special coverage in Alaska brought to you by Heartfelt OBGYN. Big thanks to them stepping up and sponsoring our broadcasts in Alaska, and also the Eisler Group here in Klamath Falls. Big thanks to them as well. You can see their signage out on the outfield fence at Kiger Stadium. And be sure to support these local businesses that support us here at mybasin.com, because without them, well, we wouldn't be able to make things happen like the trips to Alaska or the many trips around the state all summer long like the Falcons have. It's thanks in entirety, not just in part, in its entirety. Big thanks to all of our sponsors, and specifically our new ones, Heartfelt OBGYN and the Eisler Group, for making sure we get to Alaska this summer. So it's Carson Sims with 2 on and 1 out in the top of the third inning of a 2-1 ball game. Falcons are rallying a little bit here in the third, trying to continue it as Sims, who rolls one foul down the third base line. The count is 0-1. After Sims in the order, it's Corbin Hamilton. Rain starting to come down a little bit more. A few Falcons fans have headed for their cars, I assume. The count is 0-1 to Carson Sims. Delivery, curveball. Sims takes it the other way. That's going to get down in front of the right fielder, Thomas. They're waving Colin Takini in to score. He dives in safely. The Falcons lead 3-1 off the RBI single from Carson Sims. And in the meantime, P.J. Safford advances to third. Sims now 2 for 2, and that time adding an RBI. Runners at the corners now for Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton 0 for 1 in the contest, flew out to right field back in the second inning, but a chance to try to expand upon this lead. The Falcons up 2 in the top of the third. Coach Teeter's given his signs to his base runners and the hitter. A lot of speed at first in Carson Sims. Wonder if the Falcons have anything on here with one out. Sims is on the move. Taken by Hamilton. The throw back to the pitcher is not going to get anyone. Sims is going to advance to second. And so 2 men in scoring position now for Corbin Hamilton. The 1-0 pitch on the way to Corb. Misses high and in. 2-0. They count to Corbin. Corbin, a multi-sport athlete for Henley High School, also a basketball player in the wintertime, has made a ton of improvement on the hardwood. Is one of the best players on the Henley team during the prep season of baseball. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Hamilton. That one's hit high in the sky, right side. Looks to be drifting out of play, and the count is 2-1. It's a kind of basketball season for Henley where you take your wins where you can find them, because there wasn't a lot of them on the schedule. But the improvement of a lot of their younger players, Corbin being one of them, the guy who's standing out at second, Carson Sims, being another one. This guy showed a ton of improvement during that season. Hamilton goes after a breaking pitch, comes up empty, 2-2. After Hamilton, it is Ryan Glidden on deck for the Falcons. The count 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on and 1 out in a 2-run ball game. Hamilton chases a pitch in the dirt, drop third strike. They will throw him out, and there are now 2 away in the third inning. In steps Ryan Glidden for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Glidden walked in his first at-bat, wound up stranded at second in the second inning. But now an opportunity with 2 men in scoring position for Glidden. Bats .214 coming into the contest today, looking to come up big. Pitch on the way to Glidden. Line drive, left field, base hit. That's going to score Safford. They're waving Sims in to score. The throw is late. And a 2 RBI single for Ryan Glidden. Yes, he did. 5-1. Falcons lead in the top of the third. Advancing to second on the throw as well is Glidden, and a big-time base hit for the starting right fielder brings up Ryan Douglas. And this will trigger a change for Coach Jed Seller's squad. They will find a new pitcher when we return, as the Falcons have rallied for 5 runs in this inning, and they lead 5-1. We'll be back in just a moment on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
New pitcher on the mound for the South Medford Colts is number 3, Cole Johannes. Cole is entering in relief of Max Ely, who I believe is just going to be a straight-across swap as he takes over at third, and Johannes comes in at third. So not too many other changes, well, actually no other changes for the South Medford Colts as we get our first look at Cole Johannes, who enters the game making his 5th appearance of the season. All of them have been in relief. He's worked 6 innings so far this year. He's given up 2 hits. He's struck out 3, has yet to allow an earned run through his first 6 innings pitched this year. Johannes, class of 27 for South Medford High School. His first task in relief will be Ryan Douglas with 2 outs and a runner at second. And here is Cole Johannes. First pitch is taken inside for a ball, 1-0. Staying at second on that play was Ryan Glidden, who is standing out at second after a 2 RBI single and advanced to second on the throw. But the Falcons have already scored 5 runs in this inning. Another pitch misses the zone, 2-0. Inning started with a Max Price single. Connor Shively followed up with a single of his own. Jacoby Takini with a sacrifice fly, a single from Colin Takini. Safford was aboard on a walk. And then singles from Sims and Ryan Glidden allowed more runs to come across. And the Falcons have scored all of their runs in this half inning. The 2-1 pitch to Douglas, taken for strike 2, looked about as middle as you can get there to Douglas, who's 0 for 1 today. Ground ball to third back in the second inning. Now has to choke up a bit in a 2-strike count. Here's the delivery from Johannes. That's lifted in the air, out of play, foul. And the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Back to the top of the order next for the Falcons. If it continues, it's Max Price, who looks to bat for the second time in the third inning. Back in the action, Cole Johannes comes set, takes a look at the runner Glidden at second before motioning home for the 2-2. That gets underneath the glove of the catcher and rolls behind him. Advancing to third on the pass ball is Ryan Glidden. So now just 90 feet away from scoring in a full count with 2 outs. Again, first base is open for the Colts, but you'd like not to have to go back up against the top of this Falcons order. Not in this inning where they've been hot. Johannes, agreeable on the sign, delivered from Shaq. And now the 3-2 home is popped up again, out of play, foul. So we'll do it again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Game 2 of a doubleheader today from South Medford High School. The opener went the way of the Falcons. They won that one 15-2, extending their current winning streak to 5 games. Looking to add another today. They've built themselves a 4-run lead this inning. The 3-2 again. Fly ball to left field. And that is a collision in left center. Did they come away with it? It doesn't look like they did. That ball's going to get down. A run comes in to score as Glidden scores from third. Douglas pulls up at second with the double and give him an RBI as well. This will bring us back to the top of the order for Max Price. And it looks like the collision that happened out there between Patrick and Ackley, everyone's okay, but must have been from them either not hearing each other or not calling each other off. But thankfully they're all okay. That's not always how that play goes. So with Ryan Douglas in scoring position and the Falcons now leading 6-1, back to the top for Max Price. Price singled to start this inning, would later score in the single from Jacoby Takini. Pardon me, that was a sacrifice fly from Takini, but it scored Price anyway. Here he watches ball 1 go by. Price keeps his hands low, keeps his hands loose around the bat, and swings, lifts one in the air, right field. Thomas has to battle the wind a little bit, but is able to bring that one in for the third out. But not before the Falcons score 6 runs in the inning, and they take a 6-1 lead to the bottom of the third. Back after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
Josh Eldridge back with you, bottom of the third inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons leading the South Medford Colts 6-1, exploding for all 6 runs in that last half inning, where the Falcons now, it's up to Jacoby Takini to try to hold on and try to come away with another win here against South Medford. The rains continue to sprinkle on down, nothing to impact the point of play today. But with that wind howling, that's something that could impact. Like I said, the wind's blowing in from left field and kind of across the outfield. So could be a little bit of trouble for outfielders trying to chase down fly balls, although it hasn't impacted the game too much so far. Colin Takini getting started with a big breaking ball. Loops it in there for strike one against the top of the order for South Medford. Randy Patrick, Liam Edgar, and Cole Johannes do up this half inning for the Colts. Patrick back in ahead of the 0-1 pitch, and the delivery from Takini. Another curveball. Tried to go to the same location, but that time missed a little bit outside. The count is even. Patrick is 0 for 1 today. Started the game with a fly out to third base in foul territory. And the 1-1 to him is another curveball. That time misses as well. I think he had the left and right down that time, but missed below the knees of the right-handed hitting Randy Patrick. And Takini falls behind to the leadoff hitter, 2-1. Pitch on its way. This is a fastball that is sliced foul. Count even now, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Patrick. Patrick, then Edgar is on deck. The Colts scored their only run of the ballgame so far last inning, and they started it with a single. That was from Bridger Gillespie at the time. Here's a breaking ball that misses wide. Takini trying to go outside with that curveball, as he's done so many times. Unable to find the zone there, though. Now the count is full. You go fastball here for Colin, maybe. If you trust the breaking ball, we'll see where he goes on a 3-2. It is breaking ball, and it's going to miss for ball 4. Bouncing to the plate, and a leadoff walk gets Randy Patrick on board in the third inning. Well, here comes Liam Edgar, the starting shortstop for the South Medford Colts. Edgar, I believe, from all the information I have, again, I could be mistaken about this, but I believe he just wrapped up his 8th grade season here in South Medford, one of those guys who's going to start his high school career next season. And he reached on an error back in the first inning and was left stranded out at second. Here's the pitch from Takini. The fastball misses below the knees. 1-0. The count to Liam Edgar. After Edgar, it's Cole Johannes for South Medford. Takini ready to go. The 1-0 is a fastball. That one misses high. 2-0. And that's a benefit of Edgar. A little bit of a younger player, still has room to grow, so the strike zone's a bit smaller. That pitch probably a strike to most other players, but that time missing high to Edgar. Move over to first. Back safely is Patrick. It was taking another about half-step lead as Takini went over and checked on him. Was close, but he was back safely. Here's the pitch coming up. That one is called a strike. Count 2-1 now. Takini goes for the fastball, and that one found the outside corner of the plate. And it's 2-1. Takini gives the sign to Colin. Sets up outside for the 2-1 pitch. That one misses outside. And the count 3-1. Takini trying to dance around the zone at the top of this Colts order. Walked the leadoff hitter. Now a 3-1 count to the number 2 hitter in the order. Pitch on the way from Takini. The 3-1 fouled back. And the count is full. 3-2. Collins had to work this inning. They're going to be worried about pitch count for him. Wanting to, I'm sure, use him in the early part of the tournament in Alaska, too. So we'll see. 3-2. A runner is on the move, but the ball popped up towards the left side of the infield. Shively puts that one away for the out, and scampering on back to first is Randy Patrick. One away in the inning, and here's Cole Johannes. Johannes 0 for 1 today. He struck out in the first inning. Starting third baseman turned pitcher is going to get an opportunity to try to help out his own cause a little bit, batting from the left side. Awaits the first offering from Takini. That one is in the dirt, 1-0. Colin a little frustrated with himself. Like I said, has had a little bit of trouble finding the zone here in the third. But an opportunity to try to pitch to contact to Johannes. Maybe roll into a double play as the fastball misses high and away, 2-0. The middle infield playing a double play depth. Shively and Price both shaded a little bit towards the second base bag. The first baseman, Hamilton, holding the runner at first. And Takini, who's missed high twice, going to try to get this pitch down, and there it is. A pitch that missed low below the zone. Throw down to try to get Patrick is not in time as he slid in underneath the tag. He's now in scoring position, so say goodbye to the double play ball, and now a 3-0 count to Cole Johannes. It's Patrick in there with a steal. And for him this season, let's see, I'll make sure we know it before this next pitch, is that is in the zone. The count is now 3-1. For Patrick, that is his fourth stolen base of the season. He is perfect now in stolen base attempts, 4 for 4. 3-1 pitch. That one missed below the knees, a strike. Wow, Jacoby stealing one for his cousin there. The count is now 3-2. That pitch took up some dirt with it, but Jacoby framed it up so nicely, and the count is full. Takini now with that gift, looking for the put-away pitch. Here it comes. Ground ball to the right side of the infield. Up with it is a second baseman, Price. No, he bobbles it coming up with it, and that is going to score a run from second. As Patrick scoring on the error and making it 6-2. Still trailing the Falcons, but one out in the inning. And the middle of the order due up now with Carter Shack. Shack 0 for 1 today, struck out in the first inning. If you look back to the first game of the day, Shack was 0 for 3 then as well. Here he fists one foul. The count is 0-1. Again, runner at first is Johannes after reaching on the error. Don't credit him with the RBI. He just reached base even though Patrick scored. It was on the error. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Shack. Goes breaking ball. Takini misses outside. 1-1. He's been trying to find that outside corner to these righties in this inning. It just hasn't been there yet for Colin. See if he goes challenge fastball on the 1-1 pitch. Goes a bit off speed, I think. The count is 1-2 after it's fouled back into the glove of Jacoby Takini. On deck is Bridger Malespi for the Colts. Small lead off of first for Johannes, not much to speak of. Here's the 1-2 pitch home. It is ripped foul down the third base line once more. Count remains 1-2. Looks like South Medford has a left-handed pitcher getting some warm-up tosses in. I think that's Isaiah Thomas. Hard to make out the number through all the chain link over there, but I'll be sure of that later on. Here's the 1-2 pitch again, off speed, rolled out in front of the mound. Takini plays it on a hop. He tries to go to second for one, and I think that's all they get is tag applied there at second. And Carter Shack reaches first on the fielder's choice. Let's see, umpire's going to have a discussion about this. Are they going to say that Price tagged the runner, perhaps? Let's see if we decide this winds up being overturned. There's no doubt that Price was off the base when he received the ball. But, okay, they are going to call him safe after all. So no out on the play as the error will be charged to Takini. Second error this inning for the Falcons, and it puts 2 on, still with only 1 out. And let's see, courtesy runner come in? Yeah, courtesy runner for the catcher Shack. Into the game now is Luke Nash. 2 on, 1 out, and here comes Oliver Ackley, who's 0 for 1 in the contest today. Ackley grounded out in the second inning. Tacchini has to refocus as the curveball is in there for strike one. That time didn't bother working away from the right-handed hitter, threw it right over the middle, but the curveball is enough not to allow Ackley to swing, and he gets ahead 0-1. And after committing the error, Tacchini has to focus on this hitter. It's a big one to get, still with 1 out and 2 on. Here he goes fastball, and Ackley fights it off. 1-2. After Ackley in the order, it is... Oh, did I miss a batter here? Let's see. I believe Ackley is on deck. This must be Gillespie. As the pitch is fouled off. And this is Bridger Gillespie. Which means I missed a batter somewhere. I'm not quite sure. Regardless, the count is 0-2 at the plate to Gillespie. And swung on and missed. Tried to backdoor the runner at first, but he is back safely. So a strikeout there. And there are now 2 outs in the inning. And this will bring up Oliver Ackley. Ackley, again, 0 for 1 today with a ground out to the pitcher in his first at-bat. Pitch on the way is going to be called a ball. Miss upstairs, 1-0. Pitch low there. Count is 2-0. Again, runner at second there is Johannes. Nash aboard at first. 2 outs in the inning. 1 run home already for the Colts. It was Randy Patrick who led off the inning with a walk. The 2-0 pitch on the way from Tacchini is a fastball hit right back into center field. They are going to wave around Johannes to score. The throw in is going to bring Tacchini up the line, and the run will score. 6-3, South Medford still trails, but an RBI single from Oliver Ackley will bring up Max Ely. Runners at the corners for Ely, who's 1 for 1 today with an RBI double in the second inning. Tacchini with 2 outs in the inning will hope to refocus here as Johannes scored from second on that last play. Remember, he reached on the error, so that run unearned against Collin. Even that runner who stands now at third is unearned as well. It's reaching on an error. Tacchini missed with the first pitch. Count 1-0. Here's the delivery. That one's popped up. Could be playable right side. And just running out of room here along the near side is Tacchini and Hamilton. So the count is now a ball and a strike. After Ely in the order, it's Montgomery Pepper who waits on deck. Hoping for a chance this inning, but there are 2 outs. Tacchini looking to get it out of this frame. Already 2 runs home now for the Colts. The 1-1 pitch, curveball, strike 2. Perfectly placed curveball there for the second strike in the at-bat against Max Ely. Not much of a lead off of first for Ackley. Same down there at third for Nash. And here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Getting out of the inning, leaving 2 stranded and carrying a 3-run lead to the 4th on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Ready for the top of the fourth inning in a 6-3 ball game so far for the Falcons. I want to make sure these totals for you are correct. They've got 6 runs on 8 hits. They've committed 3 errors, and they have left 4 runners on base. For South Medford, 3 runs on 3 hits. They've committed 1 error, and they have left 4 runners on base to this point in the game. Staying out there on the mound is Cole Johannes, the right-handed hurler for South Medford. He'll go up against Connor Shively to get things started in the 4th inning. Shively 2 for 2 today with a run scored, a couple of singles, and the pitch is in there for a strike. Outside fastball to the lefty, and Shively falls behind 0-1. Wide batting stance from the left side for Shively. The 0-1 on its way. And that one is going to miss outside, 1-1. So it's Shively, Jacoby Tacchini, and Colin Tacchini due up this half inning for the Falcons. So they carried a 5-run lead into the last half inning, but a pair of runs scored by South Medford trimmed the lead. Now it's about half of what it was, as the count is 2-1. Now to Shively. I think I said this once already, but the singles he's had earlier in the game extended his current hitting streak up to 11 games for Shively, and that leads the team right now. Along with that, he has reached base in 12 consecutive games so far this summer. The 3-1 pitch to Shively is a line drive into left center field and a base hit. Shively goes opposite field better than most, and doing it again there with a leadoff single in the 4th inning. 9th hit of the day for the Falcons, and it brings up Jacoby Tacchini, who struck out in his first at-bat, but a sacrifice fly and an RBI in the 3rd inning helped the Falcons score all of their offense in that inning. 6 runs came across in the 3rd, and it's a 6-3 lead for the Klamath Falls team. Johannes set. Shively on the move to second. The pitch is called a strike at the plate, and Shively in ahead of the throw into scoring position now with nobody out. Add another stolen base for Shively this season. During the prep season was never caught stealing and has not yet been caught this summer. The count is 0-1 to Tacchini. Johannes set, looks the runner back to second. Shively not a huge lead out there, and the pitch to Tacchini misses outside. 1-1. The starting catcher for the Falcons, and Colin is on deck. Cole Johannes coming in relief of the starter Ely for South Medford. We'll give you the final line score on him as we can finally now do that, as the 2-1, or the 1-1 misses, making it 2-1 rather. Max Ely started the game for South Medford, pitched 2 2/3 innings, giving up 7 hits, 6 runs. All of those runs were earned. He walked 2 and struck out 2. 2-1 pitch to Jacoby Tacchini, misses low and away. 3-1 the count to the Falcons catcher. And the wind blowing now pretty much just straight across the outfield. Not so much in, but certainly across the outfield to what would be the east, going from west to east. As Tacchini works a walk there in a 3-1 count. Looks like Chase Barrett's going to come out and run for him. And Colin Tacchini, now a chance for the Falcons, but not before we see a visit on the mound from Coach Sellers, and it looks like he is going to make a change here in the top of the 4th inning. His team trails by 3 in the top of the 4th inning. Back in just a minute on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
New pitcher on the mound for South Medford is going to be Isaiah Thomas. The left-handed pitcher comes in from right field. We'll take a look at the statistical outlook on Thomas coming into the game today. This is going to be his 4th appearance of the year, his 3rd in relief. He's pitched 7 innings so far this summer. He's given up 12 hits, 6 earned runs. He struck out 8 batters against 5 walks, an ERA of 6 even for the young lefty for South Medford. He'll inherit a situation in which there are 2 runners on and nobody out, and his team trails by 3. And he'll have to go through Colin Takini and P.J. Safford, then Carson Sims. The next 3 guys due up for the Falcons, although a double play is in order, so Thomas could try to pitch to a little bit of contact here. Colin Takini getting ready to step in, so pitcher on pitcher is the first task for Thomas. Takini 1 for 1 already in this ball game. He was hit by a pitch back in the first inning, but singled and would later score in the 6-run 3rd inning for the Falcons. And after a single and a walk, put 2 runners on to start this frame, the Falcons are looking for more. In the top of the 4th inning, Game 2 of a doubleheader between the Falcons and South Medford. Game 1 was won emphatically by the Falcons, a 15-2 final. All right, Isaiah Thomas ready to go. The lefty comes set and gets ready to deliver to Colin Takini. First pitch looked off speed outside. Count is 1-0. I was talking about Isaiah Thomas while he was hitting a couple of innings ago. The young lefty has started his own business here in Medford. Got the story about this in between games. The 1-0 pitch in around the letters in the zone. The count is 1-1. Actually, his business pays for a sign out there in the outfield. He has his very own sign where he plays baseball, which I think is very cool. It's the 1-1 pitch coming up to Takini. Is going to miss upstairs 2-1. Probably can't make it out on the video feed on mybasin.com, but it's the first sign after the left field foul pole. Big Worm's Woodworking. They all call him Big Worm on the team. I'm not sure what kind of woodworking he does, but his phone number's out there, and hey, he's a student athlete. Got to support him a little bit, right? As the 2-1 is in the zone, 2-2 to Colin Takini. After Colin, like I said, it's P.J. Safford who waits on deck for the Falcons. The count 2-2 to Colin. And the delivery on its way from Isaiah Thomas. Kicks and fires curveball. Takini swings through it for strike 3 and 1 away in the 4th inning. Safford is 0 for 1 today as he steps in. Grounded out in the first, reached on a walk in the 3rd, and was eventually left stranded, I believe, in that inning. No, he did come around to score. Pardon me there. Safford awaits the first delivery from Isaiah Thomas. Pitch on its way. Takes his time after coming set. And that one is going to miss low. 1-0. Thomas works a little bit slower out there on the mound. Likes to come set and take a couple deep breaths. But controlling the tempo is important for all pitchers, whether you like to move fast or whether you like to slow things down like Thomas does out there. As he's set again with the 1-0 and delivers to Safford. That is in the zone. The count is even now. Ball and a strike. Inside part of the plate, about belt high to Safford. And the count is even. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, 2 on in a 3-run ball game. Top of the 4th inning. Pitch on his way, and Safford lifts that one foul. Out of play behind first base. The count of ball and 2 strikes. Now to the starting third baseman for the Falcons. After PJ in the order for the Falcons, it's Carson Sims. Double play is in order, though, and the Colts playing for with the middle infield cheating towards second. First baseman Pepper in on the cut of the grass, and I believe Thomas committed a balk. And so right as I bring it up, there goes the double play opportunity as Shively advances to third and Barrett advances to second. Still a 2-strike count to Safford, but now big-time RBI spot for PJ. And Thomas is going to step off for just a moment before resettling on the mound. And he comes set with the 1-2. Pitch on the way to Safford. Hits that one to right field, down for a base hit. It'll score Shively. Chase Barrett gets the windmill. He will score on a close play at the plate. Safford trying to advance to second, and he's in there safely at second, advancing on the throw. And the Falcons lead 8-3 on the RBI single from P.J. Safford, advancing to second on the throw as Shively scored and Barrett scored. It was a close call for Barrett coming in to score. Another situation where you'd like to see the Falcons slide into home, but in standing and scoring is Chase Barrett on that 2 RBI single from PJ, making it an 8-3 ball game. Here's Carson Sims, and still with only 1 out in the inning, he bats with a runner in scoring position. He's 2 for 2 today and already has 1 RBI. That came last inning on the single. Here's his first offering from Thomas. And it misses high and away. The count is 1-0. After Sims, Corbin Hamilton bats for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Sims, again, remind you, back on Wednesday, had that big 5-for-6 performance against Grants Pass. And again, 2 for 2 today as he fouls off that pitch, 1-1. Sims starting in center field today has played, I believe, every outfield position for the Falcons this year. He's played a little shortstop, a little second base as well this year for Klamath Falls. 1-1 to Sims, chases it upstairs. The count is now 1-2. Well, that's the kind of versatility that a guy like Sims can provide. You can play pretty much anywhere in the infield or the outfield, save for probably first base, but heard that even in Little League he was a catcher, so if he needed to strap up the gear, he just might be willing to do it. 1-2 pitch to Sims. He looks at ball 2, misses up and away. I think that was a breaking pitch from Thomas. He wanted it to start off the plate to the righty and break back over the zone, but just didn't have enough spin on it, so Sims watches it go by for ball 2. And now Thomas set again. Checks the runner at second. Safford has a pretty aggressive lead out there, and the pitch to Sims is hit on the ground to the left side. Gets through by the shortstop into left field. They're waving in Safford to score. The throw is going to take the catcher off the plate. He is in safely, and the ball rolls all the way to the backstop. And in the RBI double is Carson Sims. The score now 9-3. This will bring up Corbin Hamilton, who is 0 for 2 in the ball game today. A flyout and a strikeout, but looking to keep the rally going right now for the Falcons, who have already scored 3 runs this inning and have built their lead back out to 6. Hamilton, tall in the right-handed batter's box, awaits his first delivery from the left-hander. Pitch on the way. That's going to miss upstairs, up above the helmet for Corbin. The count 1-0. After Corbin in the Falcons order is Ryan Glidden. He waits on deck. Rain seems to have stopped here in Medford, but the wind still blowing across to the west, across from left to right field as the 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed by Hamilton. Count is even, 1-1. Wind not going to help any balls get out of here, but it might blow a couple fair if you hit them to the left side. 1-1 pitch on its way. Hamilton takes the inside fastball for strike 2, a little bit below the belt on the inside corner, and Hamilton now in a 2-strike count. He'll have to protect, having already struck out once today. Doesn't want to take that walk back to the dugout again. Awaits the 1-2, and lines a ball fair down the left field line. That's going to score a run. Sims is waved in. Hamilton digging for 2. He slides in safely. Go ahead and trade places out there with Carson Sims. The score now 10-3 after the RBI double for Corbin Hamilton. Corbin Hamilton this season just picked up his 6th RBI of the summer. And it scored the Falcons' 10th run of this game, now leading by 7 against the South Medford Colts. Thomas has been hit around a little bit since coming into the game, has given up a back-to-back doubles. One to Sims and One to Hamilton. And now Ryan Glidden looking to add to it. Glidden is already 1 for 1 today. A 2 RBI single last inning helped put his team up. Pitch to Glidden here. Watches a changeup drift outside. The count is 1-0 to Glidden. Like I said, is played in every single game for the Falcons so far this summer, although this is just his 5th start. Making good use of it so far. The 1-0 pitch, watches it sail outside, 2-0. After Glidden in the order, it's Ryan Douglas. Right-handed bat from Klamath Union High School has played with the Falcons, I believe, now 3 seasons. Sounds right to me. It's a 2-0 pitch on the way to Glidden. Goes off speed, but loops in the curveball for a strike. It's a nice pitch there by Thomas. Started off the plate, but the curveball drifted back over the plate to the righty. And it fell in the zone. 2-1. Set is Thomas, and the pitch. Looked like another pitch outside. 3-1. Glidden has spit on that outside pitch now 3 times, really 4 times, as he took the outside curveball for a strike. But it's been outside every single time to Glidden this at-bat. We'll see where Thomas goes. He's got to come in the zone in a 3-1 count. He comes set, steps, and fires. Goes fastball right down the middle for 3-2 now. Glidden in a full count. In the opener, got 1 at-bat and was 0 for 1. Like I said, today he's 1 for 1 with 2 RBI, and another man in scoring position is Corbin Hamilton out there waiting to be knocked in. 3-2 pitch. Here comes Thomas. Curveball misses outside. Glidden works a walk for the 2nd time today, and this will bring up Ryan Douglas. Douglas doubled his last time up, knocked in an RBI as well. He's 1 for 2 today, or at least in this game. Douglas also had a double in the opener today when he came around to score later on in the 7th inning of that contest. The Falcons scored 4 runs in the 7th inning of that game. We've got another meeting on the mound for the South Medford Colts. Doesn't look like any changes, I don't think. It was just a players-only meeting out there on the mound, so everyone returns back to their normal positions. And on the base paths, Corbin Hamilton is at second. Ryan Glidden is at first. And Ryan Douglas back in the right-handed batter's box awaiting the first pitch. Thomas gets the sign from Shaq. Now comes set and delivers the first pitch to Douglas. Goes off speed, and that pitch is swung on and missed. 0-1. They throw down to second, I think, to try to get Hamilton, but he gets back in standing. And count is 0-1 to Douglas. Back to the top of the order next for the Falcons. Max Price waits there. Pitch on the way. Fastball, line drive to third baseman, gloved by Ely there at third, but not tagging up at first was Ryan Glidden, and they get turned into a double play, 5-3 on the flyout, and that will end the inning. But the Falcons do score 4 runs off extra base hits from Hamilton and Sims. They carry a 7-run lead to the bottom of the 4th inning. Back after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
New man on the mound for the Klamath Falls Falcons will be Corbin Hamilton. A couple other changes for the Falcons for you. As Ian Meyer enters the game, he will take over at first base where Hamilton was. Colin Takini exits the game as the pitcher. He moves over to second base. Carson Sims, who started the game in center, is now in left field. And Max Price, who was at second base, is now in center field. As we welcome to the ball game Corbin Hamilton, making his fourth appearance on the year, his third in relief. Hamilton in 7 2/3 innings pitched is a 2-0 win-loss record. He's given up 9 hits, no runs so far this season, and he leads the team in strikeouts with 14. So guys are only hitting .281 against him, and again, a 0 ERA through his first now 5 appearances of the summer. He'll have to go up against Montgomery Pepper, Isaiah Thomas, and Randy Patrick. That is 8, 9, and 1 in the South Medford order in the bottom of the 4th inning. Montgomery Pepper, he will get ready to hit after going 0 for 1 so far in the game. A fly out to second base back in the 2nd inning. Corbin Hamilton will look to make quick work of the bottom of the order, get their bats back up and rolling. In the 3rd inning, the Falcons scored 6 runs. In the 4th inning, they added 4 more. It's up to South Medford to try and respond here as Pepper gets ready to step in. Pepper on the season so far for the Colts is batting .300 on the season. He will take a pitch below the knees off the plate outside. The count is 1-0. Hamilton throws from the right side. 1-0 pitch. Fastball hit to the right side of the infield. Colin Takini will come up with it, make the easy throw to first, and it's in time for the first out in the 4th inning. Here comes Isaiah Thomas now for the Colts. Thomas started the game in right field, has since taken over the pitching duties for the squad from South Medford, but at the plate today, he is 0 for 1, popped out in the 2nd inning. Pitch to him misses upstairs, 1-0. After Thomas in the order is Randy Patrick. 1-0 from Hamilton. That one misses below the knees, over the plate, but again low. The count is 2-0 to Isaiah Thomas. Thomas will be class of 26 for South Medford. The 2-0 pitch is in there. 2-1, so he'll be a senior next year. One of only 4 guys on this team who will be seniors next year. Again, just much like the Falcons, South Medford, a relatively young squad. Most of their group, again, much like the Falcons, made up of guys who are going to be juniors next fall. Count is 2-2, and now it's 3-2 after the inside fastball misses inside, trying to jam up the right-handed hitter in a 2-strike count, but wisely laying off is Isaiah Thomas. Hamilton with the full count pitch. There's his swing and the miss he was looking for. Elevates the fastball and gets Thomas to chase for the 2nd out in the 4th inning. Back to the top of the order, it's Randy Patrick, who's 0 for 1 today. He flew out to third base back in the 1st inning, and he walked and would later score in the 3rd inning, an inning in which South Medford scored 2 of their 3 runs, right now trailing the Falcons by 7. First pitch from Hamilton goes off speed and got him out in front. Patrick falls behind, 0-1. Looked like a slider from Corbin there, but it didn't lose a ton of velocity. And now he can go with the 0-1, kicks and fires in the outside fastball that misses, 1-1. The count to Randy Patrick. If the inning continues, it's Liam Edgar who's on deck for the South Medford Colts. Pitch from Hamilton, another curveball. This one misses wide, 2-1. A good spot, again, on that breaking pitch from Corbin Hamilton, but unable to get Patrick to chase it there. And the 2-1 pitch is hit to the right side of the infield, given to Keeney, another chance at second, and he makes the play cleanly. The Colts down in order in the 4th. To the top of the 5th we go, and the Falcons lead 10-3. This is Falcons Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
We drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
It's the top of the fifth inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. 10-3 our score, and the Falcons lead the Colts. And it's still the lefty on the mound, Isaiah Thomas, for the Colts. He comes in relief of this game for Cole Johannes, who only pitched a third of an inning and gave up 2 earned runs. It was a short outing for him, as Thomas is already through 1 complete. And, again, Max Price, a chance to bat here. Price is 1 for 3 today. Singled in the third, but also flew out to end the third. Here he sends a fly ball deep to right, but it's foul. The count is 0-1. Price, Shively, and Tacchini, the top 3 guys in the order this half inning. And the 0-1 to Price. Watches that one miss outside. The count is even now. Ball and a strike to the starting second baseman turned center fielder this game for the Falcons. Price also was the winning pitcher in the opener today, game in which Klamath Falls won 15-2. Breaking ball outside. The count 2-1 to Max here in the 5th inning. Again, tomorrow the Falcons are back in action again, although they are on the road. They are taking on the Roseburg Dr. Randall's Crowns at Champion Car Wash Field. The 2-1 Price chases an off-speed pitch out of the zone. The count is even now, 2-2. Falcons don't have a home game until after they return from Alaska on July 1st. They'll host Grants Pass for an area doubleheader. That's when we'll see you next at Kiger Stadium. Here's a ball lifted into left field. Price hits it pretty much right to Ackley, who moves over a little bit to put that one away for the out. Shively 3 for 3 today, looking to add another 3 straight singles for him. He's also scored 2 runs today, once in the third and once in the fourth. When he singled in the when he singled in the first, he was left stranded at second. Right now, bats with the bases empty and 1 out. Lefty versus lefty matchup here as Thompson fires in the first pitch. It misses in the dirt, 1-0. After Shively, Jacoby Tacchini is on deck for the Klamath Falls Falcons. When I talk about Klamath Falls returning home on July 1st, it'll be a short homestand, just that one night of a doubleheader. 1-0 pitch is grounded towards first, but foul, 1-1. Falcons head back out onto the road on the 2nd and the 3rd, although the 2nd just a single game against Cascade Christian starting at noon. And then they'll play the team from Eagle Point, the North Jackson Royals, on the 3rd in a road doubleheader. Shively checks his swing on the 1-1. Did he go? Yes, he did. 1-2. After that date on July 1st, Falcons are off again for 5 days before they return home on the 6th against South Umpqua. They have those couple of games away from home. Shively fly ball right field, but again, right to the right fielder. Johannes hardly having to move. And 2 quick outs in the 5th inning will bring up Jacoby Tacchini. Tacchini without a base hit so far, but a sacrifice fly and an RBI in the 3rd inning has been his impact today, although he did walk in the 4th inning, and Chase Barrett came around to score as the courtesy runner in that situation. Other than that, he struck out in the first. Now with the bases empty and 2 outs, Takini awaits the first pitch. On its way, off-speed pitch misses wide, 1-0. Rain picking up a little bit again here at South Medford High School. It's been on and off all day, hasn't been too bad. The wind is what's making everybody cold right now. As the 1-0 pitch is on the way, again missing, that one in the zone. Thought it was outside a little bit, but just found the lower outside corner of the zone, and Takini is even in the count, a ball and a strike. Thomas delivers the 1-1. That one misses in the dirt, no question. That's a ball, 2-1. On deck after Jacoby is Colin Takini, the cleanup hitter. He started as the pitcher and has since moved over to second base for the Falcons. 2-1. Line drive, left field, foul. So that one just bent foul. The count is 2-2 to Jacoby Takini. He'll be a sophomore next year at Henley High School. And again, was All-State as a freshman. That's certainly an impressive start to your high school career for the young Jacoby Takini. 2-2. 2 outs in the fifth. And the pitch to Jacoby is a curveball that he lifts in the air to the right side. In foul territory and is unplayable. I think that one was blown out by the wind. That's kind of what I was talking about. Count is 2-2. Back-to-back flyouts for the Falcons to start this half inning from Max Price to left, Connor Shively to right. Takini still in a 2-strike count. He's going to try to find some green out there as Thomas kicks and fires. Curveball, ball 3, just missed off the outside. It was about belt high, and now the count is full. Like I said, Takini's already walked once today. He's also already struck out once today. Those are the 2 true outcomes from a 3-2 count. See where he goes. 3-2, misses wide. He'll add another walk this time for Takini as he takes that pitch not only outside, but also a little bit low. And Chase Barrett comes on out of the dugout. He will go ahead and run for Takini in this situation. As Colin Takini gets the at-bat now. 1 for 2 today is Colin. He singled and scored in the third. He struck out in the fourth. And he was also hit by a pitch in the first. Like I said, he started the game as the pitcher and has since moved over to play second. First pitch to Colin here is waved at and missed. The count is 0-1. On deck, if the inning continues, is P.J. Safford. Hoping for a chance to add on to the 7-run lead this half inning. Set is Thomas. Move over to first, and back safely is Barrett. Something you got to keep tabs on is that left-handed pitcher. The pickoff move over to first, obviously looking a little bit different. It's caught the Falcons a couple times this summer, but we'll see if it's something they must have worked on. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Colin. Fouls it off. The count is now 0-2. Colin battling now in an 0-2 count. Steps in. Keeping his hands low and his stance wide, trying to shorten up his swing in a 2-strike count. Here's the pitch from Thomas. Curveball looked at for ball 1. Just missed down and in. That's a really good pitch from Thomas, trying to get Takini to chase there, but a better take from the right-handed hitter for the Falcons. Another 1-2 pitch. This one's hit in the air, right center field, carrying, right fielder going back. Johannes settles under it. He will make the catch to end the inning. 1 base runner on a walk for the Falcons. Can't do anything with it as we go to the bottom half of the 5th in a 10-3 ball game on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
Sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Getting set for the bottom of the fifth inning here on 104.3 and 960 Sports. MyBasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead the South Medford Colts 10-3. Due up this half is Liam Edgar, Cole Johannes, and Carter Shack. 2-3-4 in the order for South Medford. And just a brief pause before we get going. Had to get a bat back in the dugout for the Falcons. But we look about ready to go. Edgar is 0 for 2 today. He steps in now. First pitch from Hamilton. Middle fastball. Strike one. Edgar, like I said, 0 for 2. He reached on an error in the first inning and also popped out to shortstop back in the third. Pitch misses wide on the curveball from Hamilton. It's even. A ball and a strike. 3 runs for South Medford so far. They scored 1 in the second, added 2 more in the third. As Hamilton fires in strike 2, gets ahead of Liam Edgar. Already ready to go again on the 1-2. Goes curveball again and produces the swing and the miss for strike 3. Down goes Edgar for the first time on strikes this game. Second punch out for Hamilton of the contest. 1 away in the 5th. And here's Cole Johannes, who has struck out once already today. That was back in the first inning against Colin Takini. He also reached on an error back in the third inning. Pitch misses wide. Count is 1-0. Hamilton going with the fastball outside that time to Johannes. Unable to get him to chase. The left-handed batter awaits the delivery from Hamilton. This one's hit in the air towards shortstop. Shively in a couple of steps to make the catch, and that is the second out in the 5th inning. Now it's Carter Shack to bat for the South Medford Colts. He is 0 for 2 today, struck out in the first, reached on a fielder's choice in the third, and now bats with 2 outs in the 5th with his team down 7. And the pitch from Hamilton goes curveball in the zone for a strike, 0-1. That pitch started near the hands of Shack, broke back across the outside part of the plate. Maybe a little bit high for Hamilton's liking on the curveball, but still able to get ahead of this batter. Goes off speed again. This one's popped up in foul territory. Takini has room and makes the catch on the run for the out. Nice job there by Jacoby to put that one away for the third out, and the Falcons make quick work of the Colts in the 5th, and we head to the 6th in a 10-3 ball game. Klamath Falls leads South Medford on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
Getting ready for the top of the 6th inning here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. The Klamath Falls Falcons lead the South Medford Colts 10-3. For the Falcons, 10 runs on 11 hits. They have committed 3 errors. They have left 4 runners on base. For South Medford, 3 runs on 3 hits. They have committed 1 error. They have also left 4 runners on base. Pardon me, the Falcons have left 6 runners on base. The Colts have left 4 runners on base. And due up this half inning for the Klamath Falls Falcons will be P.J. Safford, Carson Sims, and Corbin Hamilton. In the nightcap of a doubleheader, although it doesn't seem like nighttime yet, only about 4 o'clock local time here in the Rogue Valley of Medford, Oregon, home of the South Medford Panthers. Was looking around here earlier. Looks like they're getting a new track installed here at South Medford High School, too, over at the JV football field. As P.J. Safford gets ready to step in. Safford is 1 for 2 today. A 2 RBI single in the 4th inning has been his contribution on the offensive side. He's also walked and scored, and he grounded out in the 1st. But that 2 RBI single helped the Falcons to 4 runs in the 4th. As the last bit of offense, it was in that inning for Klamath Falls. They're looking to add more here in the 6th. As Safford takes a pitch low and away, 1-0. It looks like some development going on around here at the complex at South Medford High School. Along with that track addition, they've got a couple other things going on around the JV softball field. I noticed all that construction stuff, but most of it is happening at the football complex, which I imagine is mostly used for track and field, maybe JV football played here on campus. The 2-0 pitch to P.J. Safford is on its way from Isaiah Thomas. Ground ball to third. Up with it is the third baseman, Ely. The throw across the diamond is there for the out. So bring up Carson Sims for the Klamath Falls Falcons with 1 away in the 6th. And I say their JV games played on campus because South Medford plays their varsity football games at Spiegelberg Stadium. They share that home facility with the North Medford Black Tornado. And one of the very cool things to happen during this football season was the state championship game being played there at the 6A level. The first pitch to Sims takes it high, 1-0. It wasn't the official, top state championship for the 6A classification. It was sort of the, the Columbia Cup they call it, or they're not calling it that anymore. Whatever it's called these days, it'll probably change again before the next one of them rolls around. As the 1-0 pitch on the way to Carson Sims is hit in the air, left side, traveling by the left fielder, Ackley. It's over his head, and he'll get down for an extra base hit. Sims into second, standing for a 1-out double. Sims now 4 for 4 on the day, and his second double of the contest will bring up Corbin Hamilton. But the 6A kind of B-tier state championship game was actually played between North and South Medford at Spiegelberg Stadium. That game is typically called the Black and Blue Bowl, but playing it in the state championship game was very neat for those two teams this year. First pitch to Hamilton, pops it up towards the left side of the infield, but pretty much right over second base, and that is where the shortstop Edgar will make the catch for the second out of the inning. It was that day also at Spiegelberg Stadium that the Henley Hornets played in their 4A state championship game, a game that they would wind up losing to Marist in the rematch of the previous year's state championship game. But back-to-back football games played at Spiegelberg Stadium. I was lucky enough to be on the call for both of them. It was just a fun day to end the football season over here in the Rogue Valley. And it looks like we're about ready to go for Glidden to bat now. I believe that's Glidden still. I must have missed who it was. It looks like Thomas comes set. Runner at second is Sims. And the pitch home. It is Ryan Glidden who lifts it high in the sky to center field. Center fielder will make the catch as Patrick will end the inning. One base hit in the Falcons is a double from Sims, but they can't get anything out of it. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Still 10-3 our score on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're good.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Colby Medeiros, the right-handed pitcher from Bonanza, an opportunity to get some work in the late going of a 10-3 ball game in which the Klamath Falls Falcons lead the South Medford Colts. Colby Medeiros will take over on the mound for Corbin Hamilton. Looks like a straight-across swap. No other changes for the Falcons. Look at the numbers for Colby Medeiros this season, making his 4th overall appearance. And it's all been in relief this year. He has a 1-0 record, an ERA of 5.53 in 6 1/3 innings pitched. He's given up 5 runs. His first task coming in relief is Bridger Gillespie. Then he'll go Oliver Ackley and then Max Ely for the South Medford Colts. The pitch is called a ball, misses upstairs, 1-0. Of course, Colby Medeiros will come in relief of Corbin Hamilton this game for the Falcons. This pitch is popped up, left side out of play, foul, 1-1. So Hamilton exits the game after pitching 2 innings of no-hit ball and struck out 2 batters with 6 consecutive outs for Corbin Hamilton as Medeiros comes in to hopefully wrap up the game for the Falcons. Want to see him get some good work in here. By the way, they pulled Corbin at 20 pitches, so he is eligible, I believe, to pitch tomorrow in Roseburg or the first day in Alaska. Here's a bouncing ball back up the middle. Tough play for Shively at first. The throw is in time, and a nice play there by Connor Shively at short. That's not an easy ball to get to, and Shively able to make the play for the first out in the 6th inning. So after Gillespie gets set down there, in steps Oliver Ackley. Ackley is 1 for 2 today, knocked in a run back in the 3rd inning on a single. Here he pops one to the left side in foul territory. Safford gets on his horse but runs out of room behind the 3rd base side, and the count is 0-1. Looks like a right-hander getting some warm-up tosses in for South Medford. That looks like Randy Patrick is throwing a bullpen back there as Colby Medeiros finds the 0-1 pitch. Here it is. Goes off speed. It's hit in the air. Shallow left field. Coming in is the left fielder Sims. He'll make the catch for the 2nd out in the 6th inning. Now with 2 away in the 6th, here's Max Ely. Ely is 1 for 2 today with an RBI double back in the 2nd inning. He also struck out. That was in the 3rd. This will be his first look at Colby Medeiros for the Falcons. Medeiros gets the sign in from Tacchini and delivers the pitch. It's an off-speed pitch that graces the outer third of the zone. The count is 0-1. After Ely, it's Montgomery Pepper on deck for the South Medford Colts. Pitch on the way from Medeiros. That one's hit on a line left field. Sims moving on towards the line, makes the catch on the run. And a nice job there by Sims to help the Falcons get out of this inning and hold on to a 7-run lead. To the top of the 7th we go next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Couple of changes in for South Medford to begin the 7th inning. Firstly, a new pitcher on the mound. It's who I'd mentioned warming up last half inning. Randy Patrick comes in from center field to take over pitching duties. It looks like Isaiah Thomas is back in right, which means the right fielder Johannes has moved over to center field, it looks like. Everything else remaining the same for South Medford. And Patrick comes in relief of Thomas, who pitched 3 innings, giving up 4 hits, 2 runs. Each of them earned. He walked 2 and struck out 1. Again, not a terrible outing, all things considered, against this Falcons team. But he's got to rely on those guys to try to get some runs in the bottom of the 7th and rely on Patrick to keep the deficit where it is, already steep enough at a 7-run deficit against the Klamath Falls Falcons. As we take a look now at Ian Meyer, who's ready to step in, get his first at-bat of the contest today. That pitch misses inside. 1-0. We can take a look at the full season outlook for Randy Patrick so far this summer. Patrick is making actually his first appearance of the summer on the mound, so nothing to go off of for him, as the right-hander will get his first dose of pitching against the Falcons. Right now in a 2-0 count against Meyer, make it 3-0 as that pitch misses low. Randy Patrick is from South Medford High School, of course, class of 28, so just wrapped up his freshman campaign as he misses wide to Meyer, and a 4-pitch walk will bring us back to the top of the order. But instead of Max Price, it'll be Hunter Glidden getting his first at-bat of this game. Glidden awaiting the first offering. That one misses outside and will roll to the wall. And advancing to second is Ian Meyer. And in scoring position for Hunter Glidden. First time, like I said, that we've seen Hunter Glidden so far today. Hunter on the season is batting .556. Although a smaller sample size than his rest of his Falcons teammates, this will only be his 10th at-bat. And it's his 6th appearance in a game this year. Count 1-0 right now to Hunter as he awaits the pitch from Patrick. That one's hit in the air, shallow left center field. It'll be the center fielder who comes in to make the catch, and that's the first out in the 7th inning. So now it's Chase Barrett hitting in place of Connor Shively as the Falcons start to get some other guys at bats who weren't in the starting lineup. Chase Barrett, though, has already scored a run today when he was a courtesy runner for Jacoby Tacchini. Now a chance to swing the bat himself. Same situation that Chase was used for in the opener today. First pitch to Barrett, line drive, deep center field. The center fielder has to go back. Johannes makes the catch. Had to kind of jump to get to that one, but was able to do it. And that is the second out in the 7th inning. And here's Jacoby Tacchini batting now for the Falcons. Tacchini without a base hit today. He struck out in the first, but a sacrifice fly and an RBI in the third has been most of his impact today. He's also walked twice since then, with the aforementioned Chase Barrett scoring in his stead in the 4th inning. Delivery on the way to Tacchini. Inside fastball misses. 1-0. After Jacoby, on deck is Colin Tacchini. As Patrick trying to get out of his first inning of American Legion Baseball unscathed, but there is a runner in scoring position. That's Ian Meyer, who reached after a walk earlier this inning. Since then, it's been back-to-back flyouts to center field. And now a 2-0 count to Jacoby Tacchini. And here's the delivery from Patrick. Misses wide. The count is 3-0 to Tacchini. Rain drizzling still here in South Medford. Again, it hasn't really stopped for the most part since we've been here, aside from the first about 3 or 4 innings of the opener today. Since then, it's been on and off all afternoon. 3-0 pitch in the zone to Tacchini. Finds the outside corner just below the belt. But a nice pitch to battle back there for Patrick, and the count is 3-1. Tacchini still in a good hitter's count. And the pitch is going to bounce to the plate. That'll allow Meyer to advance to third, and Takini will wind up at first after earning his third walk of the ball game. And now it's Colin Takini with runners at the corners and 2 outs. P.J. Safford is still on deck for the Falcons. Colin is 1 for 3 today. He was hit by a pitch in the first, but since then he has singled, struck out, and flown out. But when he singled in the third, he did come around to score. Set is Patrick. And a step-off look over to Takini at first. But your real threat is probably Ian Meyer at third. Not that he'd be a threat to steal, but he's the runner you're definitely worried about. I don't foresee Jacoby Takini trying to steal second, but we'll see. As that pitch is in the dirt, kicks away from the catcher. That's how you get Takini to second, is on the pitch in the dirt. So now he's in scoring position. And 2 out there for Colin Takini. The pitch count to him is 1-0. Takini, no RBIs for him yet in this game, but 7 RBI in the opener. They're no single-season high for the Falcons this year as that pitch finds the zone inside. The count's 1-1. Takini in the opener singled twice, doubled once, and it was all punctuated with a 3-run home run in the 7th inning. Here he chases an upstairs fastball, and the count is 1-2. Probably thought he could launch that one over the left field fence too, but that elevated fastball, it's tough to get to. Count 1-2 right now to Colin. As Patrick delivers the pitch, ground ball back up the middle and through, a base hit. It's going to score 1. They are waving Takini in. He is going to slide in safely. Takini scoring from second. And the Falcons lead 12-3. Another RBI for Colin Takini on the single. He advances to second on the throw. 2 runs batted in. He's now 2 for 4. And his team leads 12-3. P.J. Safford batting now with 2 gone in the inning. Still a runner in scoring position, though, with Colin out there. He's having a fantastic day. 9 total runs batted in between the 2 games. Outstanding day for the only player from Lakeview on this Falcons team. He's making an impact. All right, so now Safford, a chance here to continue to add on for the Falcons. First pitch, swing and ground ball back right to the pitcher. Patrick tosses on to first, and that will be that in the top of the 7th. But the Falcons do score 2 more, and they carry a 9-run lead to the last of the 7th. Back after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Pacific Power works day in and day out to power our communities because we know our neighbors rely on us. We're trimming and clearing branches around poles and lines, protecting our system, and giving you real-time updates when storms roll in. You can count on us in all seasons. 24/7, we're here for you. Powering your greatness.
Klamath Falls Falcons trying to close out a doubleheader sweep of the South Medford Colts as they lead 12-3 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Due up to try to stop them, it's going to be Montgomery Pepper, followed by Isaiah Thomas and Randy Patrick. That's 8, 9, and 1 in the order for South Medford. Colby Medeiros looking to wrap this thing up on the mound, entering his 2nd inning in relief. Not in line for a save, but he is still looking to close the door all the same. First pitch on the way to Pepper is fouled back, 0-1. Pepper is 0 for 2 today, is flown out and grounded out in 2 at-bats thus far in the 2nd and 4th innings. The 0-1 is taken below the knees, 1-1. The count to Montgomery Pepper. Pepper, class of 26 for South Medford High School. He'll be a senior next year. 1-1 pitch. Looked like it was grounded out towards second. Takini plays on a hop. Toss on to first is there. 1 away in the 7th. Isaiah Thomas batting now for the Falcons. Thomas is 0 for 2 today. He has flown out and struck out in the 2nd and 4th innings. It's up to him to try to start a mountain of a rally for South Medford if they want to avoid the sweep today. Again, down by 9. First pitch is taken for a ball, 1-0. Don't believe the Falcons have given up 9 runs in a single inning this year since they played Medford to start the year. And I'm trying to look through my notes from that game. And to be honest, in a 22-1 game, I might have just tossed those notes in hopes of forgetting about that one. Since then, though, I mean, the Falcons have squarely forgotten about that night in Medford, have only lost 1 game since then. It was to the defending state champs. Here's the 1-2 pitch home to Thomas. It's looked at for ball 2. The curveball misses outside. And so now Medeiros will have to look for the put-away pitch again in a 2-2. That one is a chopper back up the middle. Up with it is Shively. Throw to first is there. And that is the second out in the 7th inning, 6-3 on the putout. And Randy Patrick, now the last hope for the South Medford Colts. Patrick started the game in center field, has since moved over to pitched the last half inning for South Medford. At the plate today, still looking for his first hit in this game. He has grounded out and flown out. He did mix in a walk in the 3rd, in which he scored a run, though. Pitch on the way from Medeiros, goes off speed and gets the breaking ball to be called a strike. Looked a bit inside. Good location there for Medeiros, going soft inside to the right-handed hitter, Patrick. And the 0-1 on the way from Medeiros. That time goes soft away, but it's lined right back up the middle. And a 2-out single for Randy Patrick brings up Liam Edgar. 4th hit of the ball game for South Medford comes here in the bottom of the 7th. And Edgar is 0 for 3 today as he looks to continue the ball game for the Colts. Edgar reached on an error in the 1st, has since flown out and struck out. Medeiros now having to operate out of the stretch for the first time today. A small lead off of first for Patrick. Almost really nothing to speak of. Medeiros not going to worry about him at all as he fires in a first pitch fastball to get ahead 0-1. Don't really have to worry at all about that runner at first, Patrick. Ultimately, if he comes across the score, inconsequential. So Medeiros going to fire right after the hitter. The 0-1 is a bouncing ball to the left side of the infield. Safford up with it cleanly. The throw to first is not clean, and it gets by Meyer. Rounding third, now headed for home is Patrick. The score is in, and Patrick slides in safely. A close play at home, and advancing to second was Liam Edgar, and he is going to stay in scoring position there for Cole Johannes. The 4th error of the ball game committed by the Falcons. And a runner will stay in scoring position for Johannes, who's still looking for his first hit of the day. He struck out, reached on an error, and flown out so far in the game. He steps in. Medeiros trying to get his team out of the ball game. A curveball is hit in the air, shallow in the infield, and that will be the ball game as Takini moves over a couple of steps to make the out. And the Falcons come away with a 12-3 win against the South Medford Colts. We'll be back with a brief post-game show after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside, it's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
Sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Be great.
Participate.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Well, a couple of games on the road for the Falcons and a couple of wins here in Jackson County. The opener 15-2. This one, the Falcons take 12-3. They score 12 runs on 13 hits. They commit 4 errors. They leave 8 runners on base. For the Colts, they score 3 runs on 4 hits. They commit 1 error, and they leave 5 runners on base. The winning pitcher today for the Falcons is Corbin Hamilton, who pitched 2 innings of scoreless baseball, no hit ball as well, and he punched out 2 in the win. The loser today is Max Ely, who pitched 2 2/3 innings, giving up 7 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned. He walked 2 and struck out 2. Couple of notables for the Klamath Falls Falcons. Another standout day for Carson Sims, who went 4 for 4 with 2 RBI and 2 runs scored. Connor Shively was 3 for 4 with a couple of runs scored as well. Adding RBIs was P.J. Safford, 1 for 2 with 2 runs batted in. Colin Takini was 2 for 4 with 2 RBI. And Ryan Glidden was 1 for 2 with a couple of runs batted in as well for him. You can see full box scores online on mybasin.com after today's game is wrapped up and we get on back to town. These wins improve the Falcons to 10-2 overall on the season, 7-1 in area play. South Medford drops to 3-5 overall. They have the same record in area play. Up next for them is going to be, I believe, a couple of days off. Yeah, they don't play again until Tuesday when they host the North Jackson Royals. For the Klamath Falls Falcons, back in action again tomorrow. We are at Champion Car Wash Field in Roseburg as the Falcons take on the Dr. Randall's Crowns in a single 9-inning affair. We will be live from Champion Car Wash Field right about 4:45, 4:50 or so, with first pitch scheduled for 5 o'clock. But today, the Falcons can celebrate. They have extended their winning streak to 6 consecutive games and been in league play. They are inching forward now, tied with Central Point, at the top of the league standings. Back in action tomorrow against Roseburg, but until then, I want to thank everybody involved with making today's broadcast possible, both head coaches, Sean Teeters for the Falcons and Jed Sellers for the South Medford Colts. Of course, our official scorer today, Mike Safford. Thanks to him for making sure I know what I'm talking about when it comes to scoring some of these tougher plays as the Falcons come away with a pair of wins here at South Medford. The opener 15-2, the nightcap 12-3. Thank you so much for joining us, whether it was just today or it's been all season long. Back at it again tomorrow, but until then, my name is Josh Eldridge, and so long from South Medford High School in Medford, Oregon.